Okay, guys, welcome to the stream. Hello, welcome everybody. What is going on my screen? It's a Chia Pet ad. Dude, I remember this specific commercial. I am so fucking cooked. Holy shit, I am old.
Chia Pets and Trees, the pottery that grows.
Chia Pets and Chia Trees are available at Woolco, Zellers, Kmart, and Eden's. Makes a perfect gift.
It's over for me, guys. I'm dying soon. My days are numbered. Okay, bundle of basil. Divine Doot. Big Daddy Bubbles, the Flexorcist. Paper Citadel, Bezin, Bad Luna. I gotta be a little quiet because Esme's still sleeping.
World will remember this day.
Dude, that one is becoming one of my favorite Tangios. I get so happy when I see that one. Moneymaker Mike. PJ Noy. The Beast Mall. JS Crizzy. Scavenger Vague. Mr. Feeney. Bulb Sweet Bulb. Almighty Pat. Narrow Jaji. Shivan Vex. Mr. Boxrelli. Matt. Conduit Shoden Crookja. Civil. Heyman Flicks. Sham. Subdued Orb. What's up? What is going on? Okay, boy. I don't even know where to begin. It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. First of all, I want to say, I deserve to be shamed until my dying days for being probably the most easily baited content creator of all time. I have to be in like the top 10. I'm reading all these logs and I'm thinking like, my God, these fucking losers. And then it hit me late last night. Wait a second. I'm the loser. I'm the loser. This is really bad for me. Sir Lance, thank you so much for 14 months. Appreciate it, buddy. How best to summarize? I don't even know where to begin. It's pretty much like exactly what you would expect it to be, but also shocking at the same time, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like the second Trump presidency. Like, most of this was clearly telegraphed a lot, like well in advance, but it's still kind of shocking when you're presented with it. It's also there's something deeply unsettling about it at the same time, you know? This was a 24/7 surveillance operation. Like, no sick days, 7 days a week. Watching my every move on the internet. I did pay the $20,000. I did, yes. You know, I thought it was a fair offer from Loner Box. You know, $20,000. That's fair. Burn Bread with 15 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm just, I'm glad that I had my start on the internet way back in the day, and I was like forged in the fires of Modern Warfare 2, like lobbies and comment sections. I feel like that prepared me well. Great news, guys. We figured out where all of the, there were people coming into the chat on Live and Learn, spamming stuff about my dead sister. And ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So we know where that came from. Jev. I don't know how to say that name. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I find it very interesting that a few people have been trying to like tar and feather me for the company I keep from time to time. And they're in there sharing a Discord, not pushing back whatsoever. When you had people bringing up my deceased sister and like talking about spam in chat. That's interesting. That's an interesting situation there. A lot of slurs. I gotta say, a lot of slurs. Like, I mean slurs, you guys. The bad ones, like the very, very bad ones. A lot of slurs. Interesting about that. JP, I don't know how to say that name. I'm just gonna say Jev. Thank you so much for 5 gifted. Appreciate it. I'm sorry, what happened? We love you, Hutch. Well, Loner Box apparently had a little mole in a secret Snarker Discord with 100+ people. I think it's I think the exact number is, it's 100+. It's over 100. And somehow Lonerbox's mole had logs going back like a year. It's a lot. It's a lot. It would take a long time to read all of it. And yeah, so he got his hands on the logs and offered, said I could pay him $20,000 to get my hands on the logs, and I thought it was a fair deal. Said, you know what? Let's do it. I have 30% understanding of what's going on. You could see the signs of it, right? You can see the signs of it, but I feel dumb in retrospect for not putting it together. Like the level of coordination that you would sometimes see in Twitter replies, in live stream chat rooms, the brigading, the harassment, like the boom, 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 like so many people jumping on one thing at the same time. You're like, whoa, like that happened many times over the last few years. And yeah, none of that was a coincidence. Like it was a highly coordinated, unfathomably pathetic operation going on. And just like, if you just imagine what it's probably like, it's probably close to that. Like whatever you're imagining, it's probably gonna be close to that. I don't know if any of it would be like surprising to any of you guys, but it's also just interesting because I would say like I still struggle with having like a lack of a filter. I would say I'm a pretty transparent person. I don't like to keep things too close to my vest. Like I'm a very expressive person. I'm not I'm not good at deception. We all saw my Among Us videos. And so it's interesting watching like dozens of people, you know, like theorizing, thinking I'm like literally thinking I'm like a secret fascist. Like putting the pieces together and coming up with these theories about like how I work and, you know, and it's like this is just the stuff that comes out of my mouth. It's like that's what I am. You know what I mean? It's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. There's some people in here, you guys, that need like therapy. Like someone needs to turn their internet access off and they need to talk to a therapist, probably like 2 to 3 times a week for like 6 months. It's a level of obsession that I've never personally witnessed anything like this before. Genuinely, I've never seen with my own 2 eyes anything like this before. Lonerbox was talking about it in detail more. I cannot reveal like too much. I have to keep things kind of vague. So I'll watch some Lonerbox content where he's talking about it and then maybe bounce off him a little bit, but whew, holy shit. I mean, it is just like
information.
But I did have a moment where I was like, I'm like laughing, reading these logs, like, wow, you know. And then I definitely had a moment where I was like, wait a second, I'm the fucking loser that let these fucking pathetic losers bait me like hundreds of times, you guys. Like hundreds of times, you guys. Yeah, and I had to respect it. I was like, you know what? You know what? Fair play. Fair play. They earned that. They earned that one. Yeah. It's like specific call outs, you know, and then I'm like, wait a second, I remember that. Oh my God. What is wrong with me? You know what though? This is such an educational experience because it's going to leave an indelible mark. So I do genuinely believe that it's going to be a lot harder to bait me. Well, I say that, but like, I'm so suspicious now. I'm just never going to be, I'm never, you know, it's like once, it's not paranoia if it's true. That's the other thing too. It's like, if I went and told this to like some random person, they'd be like, you sound paranoid, bro. It's like, what if I told you there were dozens of people watching my every move on the internet? People were like, you need to talk to a fucking psychiatrist, bro. But it's not paranoia when it's fucking true, you know? I haven't, you know, there's a lot to go through. So I haven't even really scratched the surface of everything, but I'm like, you know, maybe I read like a decent amount and it's probably less than 1% of the whole fucking thing. Did you actually pay 20,000? It was actually 50,000. I said, you know what? Fuck that. I'm going to give you 50,000. Yep, that's how I bargain. All right, I think Loner has read more than I have. Alexis with $5 for every hater out there. You have 10 plus people that love you. I mean, I'll take the compliment. Fuck it. I'll take the compliment. I would hope it would be more than that, but you know what? I'll take that compliment.
There's maybe something small I want to get out of the way before we start the content. It turns out this stream title has a bit of a double meaning because not more than an hour ago.
They fucking hate Loner Box. I mean, when I like imagine the fire of 1,000 suns. That's how much they hate Loner Box. I almost got kind of competitive with it, you know? And I was like, why do they hate him more than me? What's so special about him? You should hate me more. Like, I almost got like a little competitive with it. You know? They hate Loner Box. He's the one that confuses me the most. Well, it's like him and ContraPoints. That hate kind of, that kind of confuses me. Because they're both pretty like soft-spoken. I would say they both have like very soothing, gentle affect. You know? Like the only time I see Loner kind of snap is when people are being really belligerent with him, but he's like very composed. You know? Like not even close to the most provocative lib streamer, and they hate this man. Hate him. I gotta say, like the levels of unwokeness are a little shocking to me, because these people, some of these people who shall remain nameless, some of these people present themselves as like uber woke. And boy, oh boy, is their language not at all woke in private. I mean, they're just in there slurring it up, like slurring it up, you know. Words that I haven't used in fucking 15 years, you know. Loner just went live. You should have a combo with him about maybe. We'll see. I just want to see what he says here.
I was sent some interesting information. The title was originally supposed to be, going to like the UK, sending that ship called HMS Dragon over to the Middle East to deal with the Strait of Hormuz. That's exciting. Whoa, Britain going to war over the seas. Woo! But actually, there's something else as well that I don't know how much I care for, but I guess it's funny. So there's this Good Samaritan who decided to, has been sending me kind of like sparse information for a little while, but today it's...
They had a mole. Oh, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny. They had a mole, you guys.
A lot bigger. Well, they've given me a lot more, but where did it start? Okay, so today I got told that a bit earlier today, I got told that Sulfur, who used to be a mod in this Discord, who is no longer, was making a video about me, and that she might be making it with Queeman, maybe Tony, who's still a regular in this stream, and maybe JStock is involved somehow. But again, like I'm not exactly sure how involved each person is, other than that there's like a kind of a little collab back and forth going on with like sharing stuff and clips, and most of it just looks like a copy paste of the Beast Process article, albeit from people who are less intelligent and less coherent. But as for the Beast Process article, I probably will respond to that at some point, because as far as criticisms go, I don't feel like it's going to get...
I can't even. I posted about it in the Discord last night, but like, I'm just imagining like the constant surveillance, and then meanwhile, like I'm on the stream. It's just like, you know, probably like 80% of the streams are like, I wonder how many calories are in like a spoonful of jizz. Does anyone know that? Like going to AI, how many calories in a spoonful of jizz? You know, they're just, I'm just imagining them like just constantly watching the stream, and I'm over here like, so I shit my pants the other day. That wasn't fun. Oh my god. Like failing a fucking Sporkle US map quiz for like the 50th time. Oh, I respect the work ethic, you know? Like I do. Like, man, that must have been rough for them. That must have been rough. And I gotta respect that. I gotta respect the ethic.
Any better than that against me, so or any more challenging. So yeah, I'll probably go through that at some point. I don't think it's particularly damning of me, but yeah, we can do that another time. But that's one thing. Like, okay, so I know that there's this video being made, and like, big deal. People can criticize me. I don't.
Weren't you taking like 10 times the recommended fiber at some point? I think they missed that, but yes. Yes, Metamucil has like a powder product to up your fiber intake so you can be more regular. And I confuse teaspoons with tablespoons, which is unfortunate because I think tablespoons are like 3 times teaspoons. So I was taking 3 times the recommended amount of Metamucil, and when I say I was filling my toilet with poo like 4 times a day, I mean filling. Like I look down, I'm like, I don't even see water, you know? It's just you know, like a I don't know how to describe it. It's like a spiral. Like a floating spiral of poo, you know, like those old lollipops, you know? 4 times a day. I was like, okay, I guess this is normal. I didn't realize everybody pooed this much. I haven't been pooing enough, apparently. And I think I found out on stream. I think it was someone in stream. I was like, yeah, I'm taking Metamucil. It's going well. You know, I'm pooing a lot. That's for sure. Pooing a lot, you know, doing the 3 tablespoons a day thing. And someone in chat was just like, bro, it's teaspoons. What are you doing? Like, oh, okay. Well, that's much better. Yeah. Bushbot with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. Chameleon, thank you so much for 8 months. Hutch will never be as smart as DGG or Hassan. Damn. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Pondering Politics with $10. Heads up, ex-Biden Harris campaign bigwig posted a lengthy article on the Bulwark about what he told the DNC as a part of their autopsy interview. Interesting stuff there. Oh, okay. Well, hang on. Do you have can you link me the thing on Discord? Jeb with $5. Jew Stalker can pretend to be a progressive all he wants. His Groiper roots show in the slurs in these Discord chats. Wait, are you the mole? I'm fucking paranoid now. Do I have a mole? I'm demodding everyone. We're doing a purge. We gotta start over. Here's the thing. This is just free advice, okay? Free advice. It's good advice. I think it's good advice. Everything you say on the internet, and I mean everything, in private messages, pondering. Thank you. I'll take a look at this in just a minute. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Everything you say or do on the internet, just assume that everything is going to get leaked at some point. Literally, like everything, you know? The smallest interactions. Just, yeah, type like it's all public. And then you don't have to worry. You don't have to get paranoid. You don't need to freak the fuck out if you're in some Discord that you've been typing in for like a year. Just assume it all is just coming out at some point and you're good. You know, as long as you're like a decent human being, You'll be good. That's it. That's advice to take to the bank, okay?
Don't really care. But then I'm given this enormous file that I haven't even been able to open yet of Discord logs from a very small, very secret Discord, apparently, dating back to, I think, autumn of last year. And I had...
It's a lot. It's a lot. Like, it's so much where you're spinning your mouse wheel just furiously for like 10 seconds, and you're like a tenth the way through like the page, and there's like 4 pages. It's a lot. It's a lot. Way too much to actually like. It's just it would take me, I think, like a month to read this thing. Lost Cafe with $5. This is like The Departed for chronically online. Dude, it is. We had they had a Leonardo DiCaprio in their midst. That was a slip of the tongue. I was not aware of any of this at the time. It's a lot. Like, they were very invested in live and learn drama. Like very, very, very invested in live and learn drama. They were like when I was arguing with DGG over like what should be done, like what should the Democrats do, they were like very they were like stoking the fires and stuff. It was like it was a sophisticated operation, I have to say.
I had a quick look at like some of the people who are in it. It's like a lot of the usual crowd of, you'll see them. There's like a kind of small group of reply guys and kind of like troll chatters. Some people call them snarkers. They usually hang out in like the JStock, Queeman, sometimes in Peace Coast community. They show up here every now and then. They show up in Soy Pills.
What I don't understand is like, how do you have a community with 100 plus people and you don't think this shit's gonna leak? 100 plus people and you don't think this shit's gonna leak?
Community. They brigaded Kalinda a couple of times just as she was starting to stream. And I know now that they brigaded. I know now that it was an intentional coordinated brigade, even albeit of not that many people, but don't know if you get let off the hook for doing it badly, I would say. They will sometimes try to, clip farm each other, and they'll do the little tweets with the all caps and the sirens on each side. Most of these clips and tweets don't really go that far, but then once in a blue moon, Hassan will repost them, and then they'll like celebrate in this Discord that Hassan has like liked or reposted their tweets.
Yep.
So there's this little crowd, and they're active basically all the time, talking shit.
JP, I don't know how to say this name. Jev. I'm gonna say Jev. Not the mole. Just heard snippets from these secret chats before. Interesting. I only heard about this recently because Destiny talked about it like 3 weeks ago or something like that. Did he talk about it in this conversation with Soy Pill? Was that when it started?
Being weird. They're kind of like the final bosses of unemployment. There's like this whole. There's maybe a bit of a common thread amongst them. Like a lot of them are. One thing that a lot of them have in common is that a lot of them have tried their hand at creating at some point and just not done very well at it. Like they're kind of failures. And a lot of them also seem to share this one thing in common, in that they've discovered or they've been seduced by this once every few months, Hassan will repost us and boost us motif. That's kind of the thing. But I don't really.
Are they like openly proud of Hassan retweeting them? And again, I have not seen like I've only like really scratched the surface, but very invested in Hassan discourse. like a decent amount of brigading, mass reporting, like just, you know, just like, yeah, like pretty much exactly what you would expect. Simon with €5. I'm so sorry I ever doubted you before the Lorenz convo. You're the best, Hutch. Hey, thank you so much for saying that. Appreciate that. Worked really hard on that one. Thank you.
I don't really know if I'm going to care to like read all this shit that I've been given for. It's just so much, and I don't really like stuff like that. Is generally not that interesting to me. And although some of the stuff that they've said about me, I guess, is kind of fascinating.
Kalinda is just Kalinda live on YouTube, at least. That's where I watch her stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen any of her content, but I think she showed up in my chat a few times.
The psychoanalysis that goes on and whatever else, and the two-facedness. One question I did have, though, again, like if you want to make a video critiquing me, that's fine. I would be curious why they would use Sulfur as like their researcher, though. That was a little bit jarring to me because I remember quite.
Do you use Claude AI for debate prep? Yep, but that was more to organize my thoughts. But I did, yeah, and it was helpful. It was very helpful.
Well, Sulfur, if you guys don't remember, used to be a mod in this community. She was demodded for reasons we've been over a few times. But she didn't get kicked out of the server. She left willingly. And one of the reasons I think she left was because I had called out the fact, I didn't name her, but I guess I can now. I called out the fact that she had contributed quite strongly to falsely accusing someone in this Discord of sexual harassment. She had produced this whole like 50-page document, because she does that. She'll like overwhelm people with information, or like she's the kind of person who would like, her whole thing in this Discord was like to get into arguments, and as soon as she was losing, she would just tell people to read, she'd just link some like massive 90-page research paper, or link them a book and like tell them to read it and come back, as in like, you're not equipped until you've read this entire thing. And then sometimes I think once I read the
West Wendigo with the tier 1 membership, thank you so much. Unemployed behavior. I know for a fact at least one of the members of this Discord was not unemployed, which makes the whole thing like this person is working a 40-hour job, I assume a full-time job, and the rest of their waking moments, essentially, like the rest of their waking moments, they're in this Discord, like talking about their perceived enemies. I couldn't help but feeling a little bit of, well, maybe not sympathy, but like pity. The level of mental and emotional engagement in the online stuff it made me feel like, ugh, you know what I mean? Like, ugh, you know? I mean, there were like a few like power users, like, I mean, like power users, you know, where it's just every fucking day, just like, look at this post, look at that post, look at that, this person's live, go click, I just got a clip of the thing, you know, like every day, every fucking day, just never ending.
Yeah, thing that she had given me in this argument about like Holodomor or something, and it wasn't actually supporting the thing that she said in the slightest. I was like, really fucking cringe. Like, I don't know if I can remind you guys of like, and then there was a problem as well, because I wanted to show why this document and why this evidence against David in our community was false, why this accusation was false. But I couldn't, because the person that involved was someone who was like, really did not want to be spoken about in public anymore. Like, they'd gone private, and I respected that wish. So I'm in a position where I have really little to work with, because showing all,
like, if I was in a Discord with if I was in a Discord chat or whatever, and then somebody in the chat proposed going after somebody else's deceased sister, I would get the fuck out of that Discord. You know what I mean? I'd be like, okay, this is fucking insane. Thankfully, you know, I properly grieved and like processed all that, and like I accept, like I'm in a deep place of acceptance around that loss, you know. So when I would see it, it would like, it never set me off. Like my first thought would go to like, fuck, like there's something, like genuinely my first thought would go to, that person's life must be fucking miserable if they're using someone's deceased sister as like a proxy to attack someone else. But if that was like, if I was around that kind of energy, if I saw that kind of thing happen, I would get the fuck out of there. So for me, it's a little damning for some particular people to have stuck around in that Discord, acknowledging like the attacks on my sister, but not even condemning them, you know. And these people claim to be like woke types of people. It's crazy. It's crazy to bring up someone's deceased sister. Like, why is that necessary? Why do you have to take it to that extreme? I mean, that's such an extreme that I cannot imagine doing something like that. It's so depraved. I don't care how much you dislike me. It's so depraved. It's such a depraved thing to do. You know? Mind-boggling. Just blows my mind.
All the evidence that exonerates David includes other people who don't want to be spoken about publicly ever. And I'm still, to this day, honoring that wish, even though I really don't think it's I don't know how necessarily fair it is, but, you know, I'm a bit of a doormat. So, and
then there are times like, have you guys ever seen the film Mad Max Fury Road? Little known indie film. There are these times where like when Hassan does recognize them, either on Twitter or on his stream, their reaction reminds me of the War Boys from Fury Road. He looked at me! Like they become ecstatic when Hassan gives them just a shred of attention. They turn into Nux the War Boy in Fury Road. Yeah, they pull out the fucking spray paint can and like they become ecstatic. Like it's exactly what you would expect if you were imagining the most fucking pathetic behavior.
like this was an example of what was in this 50-page document that still gets referred to every now and then. I don't know if you remember me covering this, but this is from what, 10 months ago? Well, this guy, I'm like, you're my little Sandra dad. I'm like, well, okay, oh, wow. And this is from a while ago because his name's Purple. This isn't from today. It was screenshotted on the day, ages ago. I'm like, okay, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty weird thing to say to someone. That's pretty spicy. But I looked at the context. He's saying a two-way racist relationship. Imagine how hot that would be. You're my little K-word, you're my little Sandra redacted. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that like the person who sent me this, knowing what the context was, is like, this is like a racket.
War Boy Hutch this Halloween. I was a War Boy probably like 10 years ago. I went to like an EDM show dressed up like Nux the War Boy.
Okay, this is like a smear campaign. Okay, that's some bad faith right there.
Arden Pit with $5. So spill some tea. Who comes off worse in this case, Vadim or Ogre Boy? Listen, I cannot reveal much at this time. I can reveal general things at this time. We cannot risk the life of the mole. Okay, there's too many. It's a sensitive issue. Okay, but you know, just be patient. Just be patient. You'll be fine. I can answer general questions, but, you know, sparse on the specifics.
Fuck. And I've just been spending the weekend going through a bunch of
The mole must be protected. Okay, I'm like Mark Wahlberg right now in The Departed.
and like, oh my god, I'm like fucking Neo, and I feel bad. I feel like an asshole.
Yeah, but, you know, it's public knowledge by now that Vadim and Ogre Boy are in this Discord. Yeah, that's true.
Now I feel like a dumb fuck because I literally spent I took a stream.
Now I know this might surprise some people, but it turns out, you guys, hang on to your hats for this one. Hang on to your hats for this one, because I'm about to drop a bomb. Okay, you ready? Turns out, guys, Ogre Boy was pretty fucking obsessed with me. I know. Big news. Nico with $5. How much of a twist would it be if Vadim is the mole? Maybe he is. You don't know. I don't even know. Who the mole is. Or do I? Maybe it is Vadim. Maybe it's Ogre Boy. We don't know. How could we know? We don't know.
To talk about this misogyny in the community and and specifically David in particular. So yeah. Ouchie. Big ouch.
Rory Lucas with 97 months. Mole.
Ouch. Life is ironic. Soul forgets to it's just it's just lots of that. I don't know, which to me, doing also, I will say, having seen a tiny sliver of information from this Discord that I've been told about, the fact that even this or even this, if it were in isolation or the full context, whatever, even the fact that this is being used as evidence against someone is just so it's so fun. It's so ironic to me now that I've seen the kind of shit that these people say when I guess they don't think anyone's watching because they're just a very small group of people. But I don't really know what I want to do with it though, because it's just I've kind of been wanting to avoid the drama a bit recently. I've just not been as
it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to imagine someone gives you just an ocean of information, and it's just where do you even? What am I supposed to do with this? Where do I even begin? You know, how the fuck do we? It's hard to know where to start. It's just, it's a lot. Rory, thank you so much for 97 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I've been enjoying it as much. But yeah, and also, I'm not sure exactly how many of these screenshots I want to use.
You've seen who's in the Discord. Why aren't you calling out Aaron? You know, Pisco knew about this and courted these people. I'm not confirming. I don't know if Aaron's in the Discord. I don't know. It's all speculation as far as I'm aware of. Yeah.
Because I don't want to compromise my source. They did seem, for whatever reason, quite comfortable with me saying that they really hate this kosher Kathy person. For those of you who don't know, kosher Kathy is a guy who is parodying the name of someone who leaked my...
The fuck does courted mean? Do you really not know what courted means? Come on. Who's teaching Gen Z? You know what that word means, right? Josie with the tier 1 membership. Thank you. Kosher Kathy is neither kosher nor Kathy. I don't know who that person is. Who's that? Destiny has already confirmed she was in there. Well, listen, maybe not. Maybe she's the mole. We don't know. How could we know?
My DMs a year ago, who has since apologized, by the way. Me and that person are at peace. But this kosher Kathy person is a guy who has what I think is a fake Indian accent. It sounds like he's faking an accent for whatever reason. And he goes under multiple aliases, and he argued with me on...
Guys, when I say that there are a lot of slurs, I mean... I mean, a whole lot. Which ones? Can you say a few? All the ones that I'm thinking of would get me immediately banned. Immediately banned. I mean, slurs, you guys. I mean, you know the ones. You know the ones. Alt Red Dragon was 70 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Born to Ready with $5. Can you confirm if there are legit doxing efforts attempts? I can neither confirm nor deny that there are such efforts being made. I don't know.
In this stream once, and he's a total fucking psycho. Like, he keeps trying to get me banned for every time I tell someone to kill themselves in a video game, he'll like apparently go to people and tell them to spam report me for wishing harm, which again, from a community like this, is so ironic. But yeah, like, apparently that's kind of why this Good Samaritan has come to me, because they hate this Catholic. I don't know.
This Good Samaritan. I like that. I like that. If you stay acquaintances with some people that are associated in this Discord, it would be disappointed. If you stay acquaintances with some people that are associated / in this Discord, it would be disappointing. Well, I would caution against, I would caution against jumping to the worst possible conclusion about like every name that you've heard. I would caution against that. I'll say that.
Apparently they were quite comfortable with me saying that because that wouldn't compromise their identity, because apparently there's an internal rift going on with them. The reason I thought JStock might be involved in this little thing as well, which is again odd because I thought JStock was generally okay with me.
Wait, why did you think that? I feel like I've seen so many clips of JStock talking hella shit about Lonerbox.
And I didn't really have that much like to say about him, but I'm like, again, I'm not going to show this, but I can just read it out. This is him saying, at Queeman, I'm being told a very interesting direction to go with in terms of Lonerbox stuff is counting donation numbers and seeing how the opinion shifts. Queeman replies, what do you mean? JStock says, well, essentially, he starts collabing with Destiny. He starts getting Zio donors. And as they start to massively outstrip pro-Palestine super chats, ellipses, you get it. And I like, that's a really odd conclusion to jump to. For a few reasons. One, because
JStock, no. It's starving you of oxygen. No. Get out of here. Go on. You're just going to have to live with the uncertainty, okay, buddy?
You realize that most of these opinion shifts that I made, which were not as big as people are making them out to be, were made quite publicly with me going through the research and the evidence like as I was doing it, but also were being made at a time when, these guys would understand this, when Hassan was friendly with me, like when Hassan was shouting out my stuff. So you really think that in a time when pro-Palestine activism is becoming the biggest protest movement since BLM, when I've got Hassan in one ear being like, oh yeah, really good work, man, really good moral clarity, brr, 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 brr. Shout out your work, and I watch this on stream, and then what, Destiny, the soiled fucking like sex demon gnome fuck, like really I'm sitting there and I'm choosing, yeah, you know what, I think the best thing for my career is going to be to hang out with this guy, with Destiny, rather than the
sex demon gnome fuck. Is that what he just said?
The crowd that was clearly making the waves. Also, if you want to also, normally when you start saying, let's look at super chats and see where opinions are shifting, normally if you want to ascribe that kind of incentive, you would usually do that after you've proven an opinion shift that cannot be justified. After being like, you used to say this, now you say this, and there is no good explanation. If I asked you why you changed this opinion, you would not have a good explanation. Normally, that's kind of like the first step, but I guess they skipped that. But I don't know. I don't even know how serious that comment is, but interesting to say the least. Interesting. But yeah, what am I doing? Maybe I'll learn how to actually open the file. That'll be stage one. In which case, thank you for the shekels, capital SH.
Saluting
Booth
face
clouds.
emoji.
Yeah, because that's where the money's at. That's where the left-leaning streamer growth is at right now, right? Or in the last 2 or 3 years. It's it's defending Israel against claims that I think are erroneous. Okay.
Nico with $5. J-Stock, I know you're watching. You are not a leader. You are not a planner. You are not an organizer. You are messy and emotional. $5 for Hutch. Jeez, you really cut straight to the core of him.
I'll show you one more thing. This was this was just so ridiculous to me. This is one I was shown a little while ago, but I know where it comes from now. It comes from this server.
There was a time that was ongoing for quite some time where like I was really letting some of these people like really get under my skin. And they'd been doing it for like a while, but it ramped up like a lot. Like a year ago or 9 months ago. And now I know why, because they were fucking all just like coordinating in here. But I was letting myself like buy into their framing. And then I had a moment where I stopped and I was like, wait a second, why do I care? Like, they have a certain like modus operandi, you know, like they have like consistent patterns that they use against people that they don't like. So first they establish like all roads kind of lead back to Destiny and Ethan Klein. And so what they do is they just work backwards from there. And so they'll just start talking about you in very absolute terms. And when it came to me, it was like there was this constant effort to like tie me to Destiny. And, you know, I'm like a fully grown man who has had his own political opinions for like decades. I end up agreeing a lot, like me and Destiny agree on a lot of things, but I don't get my fucking opinions from Destiny. I never have. And yet I was like buying into it. And so I would get defensive and be like, well, I'm not a, you know, and I would like, you know, and it would like get under my skin. And then I realized, I think it was in a conversation I was having with the tiny guy, Tony. And I just stopped. I was like, wait, why do I care? I was like, why do I give a fuck? It was like a truly epiphanal kind of experience. And those are rare. Like you have these rare experiences in life because normally it's not like life is not about epiphanies. Normally life is more when you learn lessons, it's like slow over time. You know, your brain can get really kind of fixated and used to certain patterns and ways of thinking. And it's kind of hard to break away from that, you know? And like normally when you change your perspective, it's like really kind of slowly over time. But this was really like a true like epiphany for me, because I remember I paused during the conversation. I was like, wait, why the fuck do I care? Why do I care about any of this? Why does it matter? Like, why am I bothered by this? And I didn't have a good answer for it. I was like, I don't care. And it was like, I was able to let that go. They want to like throw labels on me. I don't care. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. And so it's interesting having that experience and then like seeing some of these logs. And it's like, it puts those old like Discord conversations, like Discord calls that I would be in, these people like live on the stream, puts it into context. If I would have known like this pathetic behavior was going on in the background, I would have been fucking embarrassed to like have given these people more than 2 seconds of my time, you know? It's just it makes you reevaluate things for sure. It's a lot to take in.
So this is around the time when I was kind of on and off streaming a little bit, and there was this whole narrative building up about me dodging a debate with Queeman, even though, again, like Queeman hadn't asked me for a debate. He didn't even DM me asking. I mean, I guess at this point now I have pretty good, like I've got good reasons to not want to be involved with these people. But
Toxic.
just relying on like the people,
That's the word for it. Toxic. The whole thing is just so toxic. It feels very like violating, you know, like I do not consent to this. I do not want any part of this dark, twisted, disturbing part of the internet. I don't even want the touch. I don't want it, and I don't want any of it touching any part of me. It's just so fucking gross.
The other little droogs from this Discord to come and do like the debate Queeman spam, and apparently that's the thing I'm dodging. But like, someone from that server posts this tweet saying, you know, Learnerbox doesn't even debate anymore. He just looks at you like this whenever you disagree, and it's Brendan Fraser from The Whale. And Hassan Abi liked it when it had 40 likes. And obviously you can't.
I think, wasn't this Vadim that said that? I don't want to cast aspersions. Meta, thank you so much for $5. Epstein list. Nah, the HOF logs. Hell yes. Oh, the Hassan Occupational Forces. Yes. Speaking of which, we need a name for these losers. Nick has Groipers. Hassan has Simpers. Oh, I don't know. You guys can come up with the names. I'm not good with names.
You can't see who likes other people's tweets anymore. So I'm guessing Hassan does this when he doesn't think other people are looking. But I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Because after dodging debates and debate requests with me and however many other people who you know full well would blow you the fuck out on any of these topics, like, are you seriously doing this? Excuse me? Like, sorry, like, you can sit there and think that I would rather not talk to Queeman for the moment because I guess he's just that level of superior intelligence. You know, like I'll sit there and talk with Chris Kunzler for 4 hours, you know, like master's degree in Middle East studies, literally just letting him take the conversation in whichever
Hoipers? Like Hassan and Groiper? Hoipers? Well, that could work. That could.
direction he wants to, which is also quite a dangerous thing to do if you're talking to someone who knows what they're talking about, like, because they can go into areas they're more confident in, whatever. I'll do that for 4 hours. I'll argue with Benny Morris about one of his citations on a very niche historical detail of the 1920 San Remo conference. But yeah, sure, bro. Queeman's that's where the rigor is just too much. Okay, Hassan Abi, like, it's fucking crazy, man. But how fucking pathetic. Anyway. But yeah, I don't know, very exciting. And I've got like Sulfur apparently leading the charge, and I guess getting some help to write this little script against me. Although I'm really not sure.
Can't wait for this convo to come up on Live and Learn for IRI to zone out for the entire combo. I doubt this is going to come up on Live and Learn. I don't know why it would come up in that podcast. We'd cover some drama stuff, but not. Listen, we're not diving into that dark corner of the internet. Fuck that. No way. Does Vidani with $2 just call them bunch of sad sacks? I like that. That's good. BSS.
Of the angle here, I saw a list of notes that she'd made because she links it in this in this Discord. The problem with Sulfur as well is like she's just incoherent. She's just like, not for a lack of trying. She tries to read stuff, and I'm sure she's read some of the 90-page documents that she cites, but the problem is she seems to not be able to understand any of it. Like, or just like the way she processes information is just really strange. She's got this thing here, like she's been trolling through my stream. Yeah, this is a stream. It's not a VOD. It's not a segment because it's like 4 hours. Like, this is one example, maybe a snarkable moment. I've legitimately never heard him call the West Bank or Israel, Judea, and Samaria before, not even descriptively. So snarkable moment. Oh, is Lornabuck starting to just call it Judea and Samaria before? Is that what I'm doing? I don't usually say West Bank, or why am I saying? Well, I mean, you can look at the context of why I said Judea and Samaria. Where's her timestamp here?
I am starting to take the Carl Sagan way of thinking that people who are Hassan fans are simply our failure, not theirs. They are curious, want to be politically engaged, and want to ask the questions and make change, but it's not their fault. I honestly get why people end up in that community, but that doesn't excuse their unhinged behavior at all for the brigading. You know, for a lot of these people, when you're reading these logs, these extensive logs, I don't think politics has anything to do with it. For a lot of these people, it's really apparent that it's just like personal spite. I don't think a lot of these people give a flying fuck about ideology or elections or politics. Like it's just personal beef. And that's it. It's just obsession. That's the only word for it. It's just obsession. Just intense obsession. Which, you know, listen, I know what it's like to become obsessive about something, but not like this. Not like this. I focus a lot on certain people. Like Hassan comes up a lot, but I'm very, very, very much engaged and invested in American politics. I think about like the outcomes of elections and policy and strategy and campaign messaging. Like I think about these things a lot. Like when I'm not working, when I'm laying down to go to bed at night, it's all about like politics. I can not like someone personally, but if they make a point that I agree with, I don't really have a problem acknowledging that. For a lot of these people though, it's just, and I don't know where, it just seems so disproportionate. It seems so irrational and disproportionate. And I think it's just like, you know, when you're reading it, it just feels like you're seeing like online hyper tribalism to the fucking 100th degree. It's just intense, like, tribalism. Yeah, is the best way to put it. You're just like, if you're in their tribe and then you identify with their struggle against these like evil libs or what, I don't know. And then it's just like, and then you think like everything you're doing is morally justified because your enemies are evil. And so there's just no depths that you wouldn't sink to. I just can't get over it, man. Like, I guess it does kind of piss me off a little bit. Like spamming stuff about my deceased sister. That is just crazy behavior. Crazy, like really sick, unhealthy, nihilistic behavior, you know. I would never, ever, ever, ever do something like that to another human being. Ever. It's so unhinged. Yeah, that's a good word for it. It's so unhinged. It's so depraved, immoral, indecent. Yeah. It's just kind of like one of the worst things that you could do, you know? It's like, I don't like this person's politics, so therefore I'm going to try to exploit their grief. I'm going to try to exploit their intense, it's antisocial. Yeah. Yeah. It's just disturbing. It's fucking so disturbing. Childish is not the word. I mean, it is pathetic, but childish. No, children have better morals than that. I don't even think children do stuff like that. One step away from those 764 freaks. 764. Where did you get that number from? You're 100% justified in getting upset. Remember, though, these people are beyond mentally unwell. It's not even like... When I see stuff like that, I immediately recognize, okay, like this person's trying to hurt my feelings. And so like once you see the intention and really understand what the intention is, that like it never like I never wanted to like explode, because right away I was just like, this person's very clearly trying to get me to become upset. And so then that, like, once you're clear about that, then you can have, it doesn't really accomplish their goal. But just zooming out a little bit, it's just such a crazy thing to do, to go into someone's chat and talk about like, and they were doing it the other day too. That's the thing. Like the other day, this was like 3 days ago, someone was in my Twitter mentions. Come to find out, it's probably one of these like person's alts, because they like, it came up a couple. My sister came up like a couple times. And there was like no pushback from the people in the, like, no, there's a bunch of people in the Discord that are active, and then this person brings up my sister, and there was like no pushback. And it's like, you know, that's a group of sick and twisted individuals to do something like that. Again, thankfully, because I was a fucking wreck for like 2.5 years after Tiff died. That fucking sucked. And then I did get to a place of like acceptance around it. It was a very, very difficult thing to go through. Anybody who's like lost a family member, you guys know what I'm talking about. It's fucking brutal. Just brutal. But then once you, it's kind of cliched, you know, like we've had some cliched kind of grief quotes in popular media these days, but they're true. Like I think of the Vision quote. Was it Vision Quest? Where he says, what is grief if not love persevering? And oh, I'm getting emotional right now. I heard that quote, I was like, oh. This like sadness, this intense like sadness and grief. It's just like it's like a new form of love that I had for like my sister, you know. And then there was a God of War Ragnarok grief quote. And I played that game on stream, and I think I cried on stream. Such a beautiful quote. Grief quote. To grieve deeply is to have loved fully. Open your heart to the world as you have opened it to me, and you will find every reason to keep living in it. But that first line, to grieve deeply is to have loved fully. I was like, oh. But the way you process grief, I think, is ultimately it just becomes a part of you. You don't try to get rid of it. It's always there. And so then once you integrate that into your like essence or your being, and you stop fighting it so much, then it becomes a lot easier. It's a lot less painful. God of War Ragnarok got me through losing my fiance. Respect, man. I'm really sorry to hear that, brother. Really sorry to hear that. But it was good. There's a lot of movies, you know, there's like, I find that like art and media helped me grieve quite a bit. There's a few movies with like cancer patients that just like fucking annihilated me. There's a movie with Andrew Garfield and Florence Pugh where she plays a young mom who gets cancer. And then, you know, and what's the name of the movie? It's a beautiful movie. Really emotional film. Like an A24 movie. What's it called again? No, it's not that. Does anyone know? Not Fault in Our Stars. Not that one. No, it's kind of recent. We Live in Time. 2024 movie. We Live in Time. That movie, I fucking bawled my eyeballs out. I could not. It was like the ugly cry, you know? Like, you guys ever ugly cry? where you're involuntarily letting out just the strangest noises that you didn't even know you were capable of. You're crying and you let out like a, and you're like, oh fuck, where the fuck did, you know? And that kind of snaps you out of it. Like, wow, that was a weird noise that just came out of me. No, movies have always kind of helped me process things. Like, but anyways, it's just like to go in someone's chat and to type the things that this person was typing. This was just like 3 days ago. Somebody was I don't even have a problem normally like repeating these kind of things, but it's so profane and obscene what this person was saying about me and it was so disgusting that I don't even want to say it here. It was so disgusting. The fuck is wrong with people? Like, actually.
Yeah, this.
Anywho.
Snarkable moment, eh? But again, this is like, you make up your minds. This is the timestamp that she gives. Point that goes, oh, so the Jews got right of return from 2000.
Alexis with $10 throwing her passing in your face makes them the lowest of the low. I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm glad you're in a good place with your grief
Why can't
journey.
anybody fucking be normal on this website? Jesus Christ, why can't any of you people be normal? Why is it like this? All the time here on Twitch.
No better time for that, Tangia. I appreciate the kind words. Really, I am okay. Really, I am okay. It's more just the very concept of doing it that is kind of pisses me off. Yeah, what the fuck ever happened to Bastiat? Where'd he go? I miss him. He needs to come back, bro. He needs to come back. He was ahead of the game, man. He was ahead of the curve. He was way ahead of the curve. He was a man out of time. He was made for this moment specifically in online politics. Bastiat is off being aggressively normal and living his best life doing so. But good for him, man. Good for him. He gets to keep his hands clean. Bad Company with $5. I feel like the new Martin Short movie is going to help out a lot of folks. Dude's been through so much. Yeah, he lost his daughter, right? That's pretty brutal. Caramel Cold Brew with $5. Hutch giving off Kratos vibes. Yep. When I take my shirt off, I look exactly like Kratos from the God of War games. Alexis with $10. For people like this, politics is just about finding their in-group and aesthetics and the aesthetics of social justice and activism. It's tribal, but for them, being a sports fanatic is not hipster enough. Yeah, that like hipster mentality, that's definitely a real thing. Jimmy with $50. Oh my God, Jimmy. I swear I was about to thank you for being the only normal streamer, then remembered that Bastiat clip. Then it fucking played. Isn't it funny how life works out that way sometimes? It's like that bell curve meme, you know, where you have like the troglodyte and the like wise sage on the two ends of the bell curve. And then you have like the, I don't know, some Wojak on the top of the bell curve. That's how I feel about kind of politics, where it's like, I started off my political journey like in the beginning right away thinking like I didn't know much about the parties, but what I found out about the Democrats versus the Republicans, I was like, you know what, the Democrats seem better. I'm going to go with the Democrats. And then, you know, you go through your phase, we'll call it your political hipster phase, where it's like both sides same, you know, two sides of the same coin. They're all taking the same donor money, just like the populist brain rot. And then you end up like when you get into your wise sage part of your journey, you're like, you know what, the Democrats are pretty good. And you just end up in the same opinion that you had like when you were 18 years old, first learning about like what the party stood for. Like that's been my journey with politics. I always voted for Democrats, but I definitely had my like, you know, sloppulous phase. Did I get everybody? I think so. You are not Swarm. Did I get you? You are not responsible for emotionally unregulated people. These people are adults who let their hate drive their lives. No. I don't take any responsibility for. Yeah, 100%. Like every adult is accountable for their own behavior. So I didn't cause this. I didn't do this to them.
1,000 years ago, but Palestinians don't get right of return from 75 years ago. Well, it's like these are apples and oranges, because when Jews claimed their right of return, quote unquote, to Israel at the beginning of Zionism, where did they go?
Have you ever voted Republican? Never, ever in my life. Not a single time. Every time I have ever voted, it has been straight ticket Democrat in every single election that I've ever participated in, which makes some of the logs so fucking funny. Like some of these logs are like speculating that I'm going to vote for JD Vance in 2028. Like it's so obvious Hutch is gearing up to vote for Vance in 2028. It's like, bro. Like I feel like my old school viewers will know that my political brand for as long as I've been covering politics has basically the entire time, as far as I can remember, the whole time, my whole brand has been about like, just imagine imagine me, you know, like I haven't eaten in 3 days. I haven't slept in 3 days. Big bags under my eyes, just looking like 1,000-yard stare, like I just climbed out of a trench in fucking France in 1918 or something, you know, with the caption just pull the fucking lever for the love of God, you know, and it's like me at the trolley problem meme, just like fucking pull the lever, Jesus Christ. My whole brand for fucking 10 years covering politics has been like, just vote for fucking Democrats. It's not complicated. It's really not that complicated. That's been everything. That's been any kind of like policy shifts I've had. That has been so consistent. Just like vote for the fucking Democrat for the love of God. And these people are in this snarky Discord over here. Like, oh, it's just so obvious Hutch is going to vote for Vance. Oh my God.
They didn't go to most of them, for the overwhelming majority, didn't go to the ancient Jewish like religious sites or like to the hills of Judea and Samaria and all that. They went to the coast. And
just to be clear, Pisco had nothing to do with this. I don't know why it's like, we do have a friends of the stream policy. You know, just respect that. Pisco's a friend of the stream. I have disagreements with him. I have strong disagreements with him. We argue, but you know, we do have a friend of the stream policy. So some people need to chill a little bit.
They built new areas. Like they weren't trying to go back to the exact coordinates of whatever house their family was in 1,000 years ago. Whereas Palestinian right of return, that sounds like I'm referencing Jewish opinions on historical homelands and historical significance. Like that, is that not like freakishly fucking obvious? Like what the fuck? But I guess she wants to use that little timestamp to suggest that I'm so pro-Israel now that I've just started.
There's some funny things going on Capitol Hill right now. There's some funny things happening in these congressional hearings.
And what I will say, and I offer this, is number one, the point in time report in the Biden administration HUD said that we had 770,000 people in America that were homeless at one given time. And this is with record funding. So we have record funding, but yet we have an increase in
right. So
street
what
homelessness.
is your record?
Yes,
You've
ma'am.
had this job for well over a year. I just want to know, did you get the number down? Do we have 700,000 homeless still? Or is it 1 million or 1.5 million? So I get You want to do things differently.
Indeed.
And this committee will support you as long as the goals are good.
Okay,
but
good.
where's the results? The report is delayed over a year. Over a year.
Can I
we have
offer this to you?
Yes, but we
Can I
have
offer
no.
this
I
to
just
you?
don't want to hear about what you don't like about the Biden administration.
good.
You're in charge.
Yeah.
You have a vision. Let's see it. Let's see
Good.
the results.
And you know what I do? I thank God that I'm in charge so we can do stuff different. Because the plays that were ran before I got here, they failed. I've been here. Let me speak, if you will. I got here. You said I have been here a little bit over a year.
Just like, I don't want to hear about Biden. What are you doing? And then he goes, speaking of, when we took over for Biden, just Joshin, thank you so much for 20. I'm sorry, for the primer. Deceit with $20. I'm sorry I missed that, buddy. I've mentioned in chat before, but definitely check out The Life of Chuck when you have a chance. Would be right up your alley. Is that what you mean? Best to go in blind as possible, but know that it touches a lot of these themes in life that you mentioned in stream. You know what? That's been on the list. People have been telling me to watch The Life of Chuck for fucking months. Maybe we'll make some time today to watch it. There's too much stuff to watch right now. There's too much. Way too much stuff. Way too much. There's like Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV. That's like a really good show. Fucking Love on the Spectrum. Fucking Daredevil season 2, which ended up being an absolute fucking banger. Paradise on Hulu. I just love that show. It's like the best 7 out of 10 show of all time. I still have to watch the Punisher special. True. We just got done watching Andor. I convinced Esme, you guys. Esme, let me tell you something. Does not like Star Wars. I mean, she actively does not like Star Wars. Like, it pisses her off. She gets angry. It's like a thing. It's like a whole thing. She just hates Star Wars. And I got her to watch Andor. And boy, was it a slow burn, because like for most of the first season, she was like, I don't know if this is for me, like she didn't really like love it after the first season. There were some cool moments in the first season that she really liked, but overall she felt it was like a little bit slow. But God love her, she decided to stick with it, and we got through the second season, and she gave it an 8.5. That's a good score. That's a good score. 8.5, that's a strong, it's a strong B. I think it's a 10 out of 10, but the fact that she gave that a 8.5 out of 10 was like, that's kind of crazy, because she hates Star Wars. Andor's 10 out of 10 best Star Wars content since the original trilogy. It's so good, man. Like, it's so good. Andor is such a fucking cheat code. It's so good. And I'm glad I rewatched it with her, because I put my phone down the whole time and I just focused entirely on the show. I didn't do that in any of my previous watches. There would be times where I'd be checking Twitter or whatever. I was just 100% focused, and it's so good, man. It's such a good show. Like, it's just so brilliant, it just asks like really compelling questions. Like, what would you be willing to sacrifice for revolution is essentially what the show is about. That's like the question the show asks. Or more broadly, like, what does a revolution cost? Like, what is the cost of revolution? And it explores that question from both sides, like the blonde, oh God, what's her name? Fuck. Andor cast. Dedra. Like Dedra. The revolution costs her a lot. Like, she's the most tragic character in that show. God, it's so good, man. Fucking so good. We get it. You like Andor? I'm telling you, if you've never watched it, man. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't get into specifics. I apologize. Dedra's a great character. Great character. Hell of an actress. You know what else I love about that show? Nobody phones it in. Not a single actor phones it in. Every actor showed up on set every day of shooting and just fucking left it all on the table. Everyone like took their craft so seriously in that show. and just gave it, like brought their A game. Like they're delivering powerful, emotional performances. There were so many performances in that show that I just loved. Like Luthen, his speech. I'm forced to use the tools of my enemy. You know, I'm fighting for a sunset that I'll never see. Like that whole like the rousing speeches. You know, my God. But you know what my favorite speech in the show was but without getting into spoilers, was Saw Gerrera's speech. You're here, you're right here, and you're free, and you're ready to fight. You know, like that whole thing. I was like, yeah, you know, it's so good. Oh my God. Fuck, man, it's so good. God damn it. I kind of wish they hadn't wrapped that show up. They would have kept it going for like 3 or 4 seasons. You know, they could have squeezed some more content out of that. But that's what a revolution takes. Think of our founders, what they gave up to fight for freedom, everything. It's just interesting, man. It's just interesting. Just a really compelling show. Fucking love that show. Anyways, back to this dipshit.
But you all had during the Biden administration 4 years.
Stop talking about Biden.
Funding.
Talk about
It's
your
record
record.
funding.
This
and
is so.
homelessness
This is so.
went up.
This
If
is
I may-
so inaccurate.
Saw is what lefties think they are? Yes. Yes. Saw Gerrera is how they see themselves, yeah. I don't know a lot about, like, what is the deeper lore in Star Wars about Saw Gerrera? Like, they flesh him out quite a bit in the show. And so all I know is that he's a radical revolutionary, like too radical for the rebellion, and so he's oftentimes like doing some shit that like complicates things for the rebellion. But wasn't he like a big part of the animated stuff? He's fleshed out in the Clone Wars show. Yeah, he's like the ANC in South Africa. There were you know, they most of the people in ANC like rejected terrorism and like terroristic violence, but then you had some that actually did that kind of violence, and I guess he's kind of like them. He was a freedom fighter, essentially, always had been. He's a brief character in Jedi Fallen Order. I love those games. Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor is so fucking good. It's such a good fucking game. That was like my introduction to the Souls-like formula. Fucking love that show or that game. It's great. I replayed Jedi Survivor as well. I did a new game plus. I was thinking about doing another one. Which was better? Jedi Survivor was better. Fallen Order is a lot of fun, but Jedi Survivor does some really cool like open zone stuff. Michael Hatchtube with $5. Clone Wars cartoon seasons 6 and 7 are every bit as good as Andor or the original trilogy, but you got to get through seasons 1 through 5 first, which are pretty good. I doubt I'll do that. I don't watch a lot of animated stuff. Just Joshin, thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate that.
Ranking member
Jev, sorry I missed that one. Last mention, but the musical Next to Normal is great for dealing with losing a family member. Next to Normal. I've not heard of that. Murky Pie with 5 months. I've fallen off, but I'm back. Life be throwing lemons. Bald man. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Good to see your face again. What's it called again? Next to Normal? 2008 American rock musical. I've never even heard of this. C-Bomb with $2. Revolution by the Beatles is relevant again. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't listen to the lyrics of that song. Yeah. Kyle Kestis universe is interesting. It's good. It's good. The games are good.
Helpful and doesn't let this committee do our
Madam
job.
Chair, if I may, the point in time report would be out by now if we did not have an unprecedented government shutdown. It would be out by now. If we weren't in constant litigation, it would be out by now. HUD has a great form. We have a great team, and we move very expeditiously.
In what way
But
does
during
litigation?
We could not work
Okay,
during
Mr.
the government
Secretary,
shutdown.
I think you're obfuscating.
I'm not
What way
obfuscating. I'm just
does
stating the facts.
litigation
I'm
slow
stating the
down your
facts.
report?
A government shutdown
Like, isn't that why you have lawyers?
helps us to not be able to work.
Hutch, you're a Beatles fan? Based. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is definitely top 10 for me. I don't like all of the Beatles. I gotta say, I don't love the earlier stuff as much.
It was a
Oh, I
government
get
shutdown.
that. But tell me about the
point
litigation.
The point in time report would be out right now if we did not have a government shutdown. Irregardless of all of that, during the Biden administration, record funding.
Oh my God! If you talk about, it's like
Record funding.
it's like two
record
children saying,
homelessness.
"I didn't do it. My brother did it."
That's
Stop
what I have
with
to
the
go
excuses.
off of. That's
Just
what I have to go off of.
explain
Record funding.
your record.
Record homelessness. We have to do something different.
Okay, switch topic.
If after I'm gone,
Switch topic.
if
Honestly,
after I'm gone, if
Yeah, I don't know. Is irregardless even a word? Is it? I don't think so, right?
it's still record
I don't
funding
want
and record
You know what?
homelessness,
After
then
you're
you'll be able
gone,
to
it's
same
too
thing.
late for
But
the
it is-
families that are suffering in New York
It is
today.
It's gonna
Do you
get
know what
better.
it's like
It's
to
gonna
be?
get-
Is it a word? Is irregardless a word? A lot of no's. A lot of no's. Short answer, yes. Irregardless is a word, but it's considered non-standard and generally discouraged in formal writing. Major dictionaries like Webster, Merriam-Webster, Oxford, Cambridge, and American Heritage all include irregardless as a word because it has been used for over 200 years with a consistent meaning, regardless. Well, that doesn't make sense. The prefix "ir" usually means not, and the suffix "less" means without, so irregardless looks like a double negative. Despite that, people have long used it to simply mean regardless. Well, why wouldn't you just say regardless? A bit silly.
A homeless little girl who has to have a
Who was the first dipshit? Probably some king. Some king was giving a proclamation or something. Who was the first dipshit that used that word and then everybody started copying them?
Girl Scout troop just for other homeless little girls because that's all they have.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the only consistency they have in their life. So I get
I
you
do
have
understand.
a different vision.
It's happened in my family. Yes, ma'am, I do
I
understand.
need to know
I'm not
if your
talking to you
stuff
about
is
what
working.
I've heard. I'm talking to you about what I know. And what I do know, the Housing First model failed.
Tell me the last time you said ATM machine. Ooh, it's probably been years. It's probably been years. I do just say, I don't even know the last time I went to an ATM. Everything's fucking digital now. Everything is like in the cloud. Everything is like. The last time I went to an ATM was probably like 5 years ago. I don't carry cash. Do you guys carry cash on you? I don't carry cash on me anymore. The only time I ever get cash is like when I check out at the store. Sometimes I'll ask for $20 cash if I have to like go to the laundromat or that's it. That's basically it. That's the only time I ever need cash is if I go to the laundromat because you got to get those quarters. We have a laundry machine, but if I want to, our cats will sometimes fucking throw up a hairball on the comforter, and it's too big for the washing machine downstairs.
And what I will say, and I offer this.
Oh, anyways, yeah. We'll listen to this a little bit more. I want to hear Lonerbox unpack his thoughts more and compare his observations to what I saw in these fucking weirdo logs.
Calling it Judea and Samaria by default. Potential snark, it's just criminally bad faith. And but I guess like since this is the person who's leading the charge on making a video about me, like okay, that's cute. That's quite cute. Okay. Good luck, buddy. Maybe you'll get that fucking Hassan retweet. maybe. Very odd. I did not realize that. I did not realize that I was that interesting to so many people. Jesus, pretty goofy. Pretty fucking goofy. Release the logs, dude. If I am not the. This is not my.
Oh, I'm sure these logs are getting out at some point. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure. I don't even know if, like, it's the slurs. That's what kind of gets me. The language and the slurs. I don't think I was expecting that. But it's bad. I mean, it's very, very bad. Are people in, like, the commentary community considered openly pretty edgy, or would it be bad for these people if these slurs came out? Because there's some, like, are they already, like, do they already openly kind of what type of edgy? Think of the worst slur you could possibly imagine. And then think of, like, the second and third maybe worst slurs that you could possibly imagine. And it's those. Like, over and over and over again. Yeah, it's like, imagine, 4chan. And kind of like that, yeah. Depends on what part of the commentary community you're talking about, but usually they're okay with the R slur. I'm not talking about the R slur. I'm talking about another kind of R slur of the hard variety. A lot of F slurs. Like a lot. Das Vidani with $2. I simply would not have said the things that they said. Well, you're a grown-up, so that makes sense. Definitely don't type slurs in my chat. I don't think anyone's doing that, but yeah. Are these supposed to be progressives? That's how I assumed some of them were marketing themselves, but maybe I was wrong. It felt like I don't know. I did not know much about these people. I really did not know much about these people. But if they were always like super edgelord type stuff, then I guess it would be consistent. But a lot of rape language, just like explicit, just rape language, like a lot of that, a lot. Which, you know, that was a word I used a lot in the context of gaming back in the day, like over 10 years ago. Eventually stopped using that language, but that's probably the most common term in this fucking, in these logs. That's normal for commentary community? Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah, listen, I will, out of morbid curiosity, I will try
mesothelioma. That's a great name. Good morning. What's up, buddy?
to figure out how to open the file, okay? Maybe the massive 20 gigabyte file. Oh god. Anyway, sorry, that's not actually the war I was thinking about in the stream title. That just it's just a new front opened against merry old England. This fucking stupid fucking down arrow in my chat. Do you know if that anti-fan Discord server got sent to any others who that group has been going after? Do you plan to share it with them?
I can think of one.
Dude, sometimes you have to be honest with yourself.
It's out there now. It's out there now. I assume it's only a matter of time. My lips are sealed. But it's out there now, so it's only a matter of time, I assume.
With other people, I tell myself I'm gonna try to figure out how to open that file.
I think they're all Kiwi farmers. That's the vibe over there. Horrific language and slurs while having a sense of moral superiority to all the people they'd obsessed with taking down. I didn't even get the sense that they were trying to even like feign moral superiority. It's just like war. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like war. You get the sense that they feel that they're in a state of war. And so they're just constantly attacking their enemies. And there's really no there's no sense of restraint at all. It's just like pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes, pure aggression and violence. And there is like a lot of violent rhetoric from, I'm thinking of one person in particular, a lot of violent rhetoric. That is especially sad and silly and pathetic. Someone send the logs to H3. Oh, I assume that's coming.
After this.
It's tribal. It's just very tribal. Yeah. Very, very tribal. Very tribal. Yeah. And just like, it's just obsession. That's the only word for it. It's just, you feel like you're reading like it's just it's a disturbing level of obsession. I mean, like, it's one thing to understand what I'm talking about just generally and conceptually, but then when you actually read just like hundreds of messages a day, attacking over here, attacking over there, attacking over here. He just posted this thing over here. Look at this thing over here. Hassan just reposted the thing, and then just like, Hutch is live. Is anyone taking logs? Yeah, I've been logging them for a little bit. Like farming for like personal information. Does anyone know if like going over old videos of mine? Old videos of me living in Santa Cruz when I got eloped in Santa Cruz in like 2013 videos. Speculating about my real intentions, like I'm hiding things, and so it's just like and it's just every day. Every feckin' day. Just they wake up and just go. They get out of bed in the morning and they fucking hit the ground running, the clips, like talking about somebody clip this. This looks really bad for him. Somebody clip this. Stuff like that. Like every day, just hundreds of messages a day. And I wasn't even the person that was like the focus of their attention, really. I mean, I got a lot of attention in these logs, but I was not the primary focus. So it's not just me they're doing this with. They're doing this with like several creators. Every day. All day. 7 days a week. But she didn't even like get up. Check her food to see if she ate. Very lethargic. But it's good that she's not thrown up. Our poor kitty. Our kitty is getting a little sick. So Destiny is not exaggerating. I don't know exactly what he said, but I'm just, it is 24/7, literally 24/7, 7 days a week. There are a smaller group of power users, of power chatters, and then like the mid-tier level of chatters where they were active but not as active, and then there were some people that were not super active. But for the power users, every day. Every fucking day. Nonstop. The Almighty Pat with $2. Did they psy-up themselves onto the pod? Oh, I don't know what that's a reference to. Dazzer Dunny with $2. The worst slur I can imagine. Centrist. That is not the worst word that I heard. You're kind of the worst YouTuber to do this for. You've been really open and transparent about your life and mistakes. It's admirable and bad for people trying to dig up dirt. I don't think I'm a mysterious person. I'm less, I would say, like, I have more of a filter at the ripe age of 42 years old. I definitely have more of a filter than I did back then, but it's still like, I don't have I probably have less of a filter than like most people my age. And so there's just, you know, like we'll put it this way, like they're pouring through my old content and there's not even like a tiny part of me that is nervous. Because why would I be? Like, I'm very out in the open about like the things that I'm not a very mysterious person. But they're going over like old videos and like, you know, connecting dots here and there and like, you know, compiling a story, you know, and I'm like, you could have just asked, you know, like you could have just come into my chat and just asked me questions and I would have, you know, not that complicated. Hassan is 100% involved in these communities. His personality has devolved into behaving like them so much. I would be surprised if Hassan directly engaged with any of these people. I would be surprised. He doesn't have to. That's the thing. His system is so brilliant. The system that he has devised is so brilliant that he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to show up and ask these people to do this. They're just doing it. They're just doing it automatically. They're all fighting for a crumb of attention from Hassan. There's just like, I'm looking at some stuff on my screen right now. And it's literally just, you know, like, bro, it's, I don't know how many specific things I can get, like openly talking about wanting Hassan to notice them. Celebrating that Hassan and somebody in the Discord liked the same tweet. Think about that for a second. Like they were like they were like proud and elated that they liked and Hassan liked the same tweet. Like it is so pathetic. It's like somehow more pathetic than even I expected. Like all caps celebrations of Hassan, like reposting them and noticing their posts and stuff. Like, oh my god, bro. Is parasocial the word for it? I don't know. I think it's just fanatical, like just fanatical. Bad Company with $5. Cheers. In that one clip where you apologize to that guy, why does that girl that works for H3 hate you? Weren't you on the H3 show? Is her name Olivia? I don't know. I don't concern myself with that too much. I didn't really care too much. That's fine. I'm not for everybody. I can be very divisive. I can be very opinionated. So yeah, that didn't bother me. It's like, okay, that's fine. I did feel bad though, because like I reached out to them and I apologized. Loaner box plus 20K. And they brought up my apology on that podcast. I didn't ask them to do that. Basically, a bunch of people got together, a bunch of creators got together, and they created a YouTube MCN, they're called, multi-channel network, which was a novel concept back then.
News.
And so what was going on was that you couldn't monetize your own channels on Machinima. So all the money that you couldn't monetize your own channels for gaming stuff back in the day, because it was considered like copyrighted content, and nobody really knew if you could upload video game content and monetize it back then, which sounds crazy now because everybody does it. But back then it was like, it was different from YouTubers that were just doing original content. There was like a question mark about how the gaming companies would whether or not they would be okay with that. And in the early days, there were some like Nintendo was pretty aggressive about this stuff. They would issue copyright strikes for channels who uploaded content playing like Mario or whatever. But Machinima was allowed to, for whatever reason, like they could monetize their channel, and they were doing that. And so when if you wanted to make money on your videos, you had to give Machinima your videos, and then they would upload the videos to their channel, and then you would get like a flat rate CPM, like $2.50 per 1,000 views, which adds up. If some of these videos are getting like 500,000 views, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, that's like, what was that, $1,500? I can't do the math right now, but or $1,200, I guess that would be. How much would 500,000 views with a 250 CPM? I can't do math right now for some reason. Or would that be $750 maybe? Is that the quick math? 2.5 times 500,000. Yeah, $1,200. Yeah. And then the station, so like that was like the draw. So everyone wanted to be a part of Machinima because that's how you could make money. And then the station came around, and then they were the station and the game station were a collective or a new MCN that was formed by a bunch of the YouTubers over there. And they were advertising that they could partner your channel. Like if you signed a partnership with them, they could partner your channel. You could make money on your own channel. And Machinima was not offering that before the station did. And I had just like the worst reaction possible to that. I felt threatened by it. And I was like one of the faces of Machinima, and I sensed a threat. I didn't know anything about these people, about the creators that started it. And Husky Starcraft is one of them. And I started talking hella shit about him on Twitter. I started calling him like a doucher and started like, and it was so unprofessional and just like out of pocket and rude. And, I was just like, it was so unprofessional. It was so unprofessional. Hutch, you can look up Destiny talks about the dog pile he made early in the lawsuit period. What is that referring to? And so anyways, they talked about it on last week's podcast, and then I apologized. I recorded a video and I sent him, like I put it up on Twitter and I sent it to the email, and then Husky replied and he was gracious about it, which I was grateful for. He appreciated the apology. And then they addressed the apology on the podcast just a couple days ago.
And then the next one, I just added this in here.
It's so embarrassing. I deserve this reaction. I deserve this reaction. I mean, it was 15 years ago, or I don't know, long 16. It was 16 years ago. It's like whatever, you know, like. But I was so rude. Like I was so rude. I was so fucking so unprofessional. Like I understand, you know, this reaction. It sucks. It's embarrassing, but whatever. I brought it on myself.
If you can believe it, in 2026, we have received an apology, ladies.
Wow.
So we kind of, one of the stories I told in the last episode was some of my experiences with Machinima. And I had mentioned that a creator who was active back when I was, and is still active today, called me a shady doucher for trying to help creators.
Awesome.
And he actually saw it, so didn't know.
Like, look at her. Like, man, she's holding a grudge, you guys. I guess she was a part of it. I didn't know anything about, I'm not familiar with her. I wasn't familiar with her back then, you know? But she's hanging on to this grudge. I don't blame her. Again, I don't blame her. Like, she doesn't know me. She doesn't know if my apology is sincere. A lot of people do fake apologies. It really was a sincere apology. I was embarrassed. You know, like all of us, right? Like it's a very cringe, like it's a very universally human experience. I'm sure everybody in here, or maybe not, but tell me if you guys relate to this. Like, do you sometimes think about something that you said or did like literally in grade school and then become embarrassed like in the present? Like, oh, I can't believe I said that when I was in like 5th grade. I do that shit. I'm better about that now. Like I'm better about that now. I'm definitely like settling into myself as I get older. And so it's not as cringe. I don't cringe as much anymore, but I do think about like the shit I talked about the station and the game station. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God, it's so fucking embarrassing. I can't believe I said that. He was gracious, but she is just not having it. And it's like, you know what? It's fine. I respect that. But I genuinely do apologize for that. Vigilant Storm with the tier 1 subscription on Twitch. Thank you so much, buddy. Guy Buddy Man with $5. Hey, curious, do you know John CJG? That's a CJG? Is or the guy who made Arby and the Chief. I never met the guy who made Arby and the Chief. No. And I recognize those names, but honestly, it's been like 16 years. And so, you know, I don't have a lot of familiarity with these people at all. I never met the guy who made Arby and the Chief.
He was obviously a huge fan of the pod. He probably, back when I was, and is still active today, called me a shady doucher for trying to help creators. Awesome. And he actually saw it.
Oh, man. Oh, oh my God. I'm afraid of her. I fear this woman. And I mean that as a compliment. She has a fierce energy. I think they're married, is what I was told. I think they're married, which that would explain. Maybe she's protective over her man. That's understandable.
So didn't know he was obviously a huge fan of the pod. He probably his favorite thing is the outfits, I'm sure. But he actually, I do. I think the costume design for this podcast is fucking pretty top tier, I gotta say. Vishy with $2. Did you hear the Ligma virus is okay? All right. Made a video about it and apologized for his behavior back then.
First of all, I want to say that nothing you said was untrue right there. At the time that happened, oh man, look at
back then.
First of all, look at her face. Look at her face, guys. She's not having it. She is not having it. I want to say that nothing you said was untrue right there. At the time that happened, I don't know how to I look back on that time. I made a YouTube video after the fact. I wanted to say like I wanted to say like I was unmedicated bipolar, but I felt like that was TMI, so I'm like, all right, never mind. I just want to act. and expressed that I had regretted that like very deeply. And I was thankful because I think Total Biscuit actually showed up in the replies of that video and said, you know, like, no worries, mate, or something like that, which that made me feel like a lot better because I did think about that time and I was just like deeply, deeply embarrassed for how I behaved. So I think you have every right to.
And I'll say it is so rare.
She's just so clearly not having it. Total Biscuit was a part of the station. As far as I'm aware, it was like Total Biscuit, Husky Starcraft. I think Shay Carl. I think they were an offshoot of Maker. Do you guys remember Maker Studios? Could be wrong about that. I don't know. Who were those big Minecraft people? Big Minecraft channel. Fuck. What was the name of them guys? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? It was like the somethings. Oh, Yogscast. Yeah. They were a part of it too. So it was like big channels, you know. And I had made a video that went up on my personal channel talking about like the things that I regretted over my career. And I mentioned this thing and then Total Biscuit like found it. He was dying at that point. I think he passed away like 6 months later or something, but you know, so that actually meant a lot to me. Like he found the comments he found the video and left a comment and said, you know, like, no worries, mate. Or so he said something like really brief. And so that felt like a relief. I felt like I was able to, properly atone for like a mistake that I made, you know. So
these days for people to actually look back and reflect in any way other than no, I've always been right, I'm going to continue to be right, and if you don't like it, too bad, you're wrong. So he did actually issue an apology and say he was a butthead back then, and he even sent an email to podcast@roseannepansino.com.
Stop! No, he did.
Saying, hey, I just want to make sure you see this. I'm sorry. And he talked about how he went from basically being a waiter to making a lot of money with it.
Not true. Not what I said. It's fine. What I said was that, so I was not making a lot of money. That's what makes it even more pathetic. Like I was like sticking my neck out for Machinima, even though they were doing predatory contracts and signing people into, they were called perpetuity contracts. Like they were having people sign contracts that basically gave Machinima like they own their channel forever, which is like, I don't think that was legal, you know? I could be wrong, but I don't want to speculate on that. But like, but at the time, my first year's salary was $40,000 a year. And I thought I had made the big time, you guys. I thought I was set. I was like 40 grand a year. I'm good. You know, and I'm living in LA too, which is like really expensive. It was legit for me, right? I worked, I waited tables, you know, so, it was definitely an upgrade for me. And also it was like salary. So that was a new thing for me. Like, you don't punch in. What do you mean? We don't have time cards here. You just show up to work and then leave. But they treated me like a rock star. So I went from total obscurity, just waiting tables, living a, you know, like probably like normal-ish life for like someone in their 20s, to all of a sudden just like people treating me like I was the most important person in the room wherever I went. And so I got an ego. My ego just got way out of control. Which, you know, that makes sense. It's like quite a system shock. It's like the span of months, guys. It's like the span in the span of a few months, I went from, you know, normal person, right, to like just literally being treated like I was so fucking important. And yeah, so like that was one of the reasons why I had the reaction that I did, because I was like hot shit in my own head, but it was all bullshit, and I was like super insecure, and I didn't really understand it back then. But no, I did not get paid a lot. I did not get paid a lot the first year. Only got a $15,000 raise the next year, which is insane, because I could have asked them justifiably to triple my salary, but I had no idea how to evaluate my own worth. Back then, I had no concept of the money, like the money side of things. And so they pulled me in after the first year, and I got my evaluation. They're like, we're going to offer you $55,000 a year. And I was like, oh my God, I'm fucking rich, bro. You know, like I'm good, you know? And then it was only the second year that I wised up. The second year I wised up. The second year, finally, I was just like, this needs to be double or I will walk, you know? And they eventually, and then that took like weeks. And then finally I got the call, and but I was not making a lot of money back then.
And like saying, hey, I just want to make sure you see this. I'm sorry. And he talked about how he went from basically being a waiter to making a lot of money within like 2 to 3 months, and it went to his head, and he was kind of a butthead about it. And the crazier he was, the more money he made. So
thank you for admitting that. Like, I just don't think people understood how poorly Machinima was abusing and taking advantage of talent.
That's true.
The contracts they were implementing were illegal.
So I will give it a heart.
Just to be clear, I had nothing to do with the contracts. Nothing. Just to be clear, I was a host. That was it. That's all. I did not come up with the business strategy, the contracts, none of that. I had nothing to do with that. And I didn't really like understand. I was like starting to understand at this point that the contracts were bad. And then at a certain point, there was so much backlash. Frankly, because these guys came out, you know, like I think these guys coming out and like challenging the Machinima model, I think was a big part of the reason why people started to wise up to Machinima's contracts being predatory and crazy. And so credit to them for that.
Appreciate
follow him back.
The apology. Oh yeah, do you gotta
it says follow back. Come on, Mike.
He's following me. There we go.
Aw,
So,
I liked this tweet.
So in general,
I don't know what's going on there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel bad. It's fine. If they don't like me, it's fine. Pondering with $10. Did you see Kamala openly flirting with and calling other Dems to openly flirt with the Supreme Court expansion? I did. I did see that. Can you send me the clip? I think I could find it, but this is why I feel like more kind of assured that I do think they're going to get rid of the filibuster and do big stuff. It's called kindness. I don't know. That felt like there was something, I don't know. See like the smirk, you know, or maybe she's being kind and she's angry. So she's saying like, oh, I like the apology. And then she's like, no, fuck him. Maybe that's the energy here. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Oh yeah. Do you gotta
it says follow back. Come on, Mike.
He's following me. There we go.
Aw,
So,
I liked this tweet.
So in general, I feel like
oh my God, dude. I am afraid of her. I'm afraid of her power. I am afraid of her power. Fucking powerful woman right there.
These are so rare these days that it's better to just accept them and move on. So I appreciate
It seemed
that.
like he meant it, if I'm being honest. Like when I watched it, I was like, oh, he is really embarrassed at least. Yeah. He does feel bad, at least I think.
Yeah.
I do. It's very genuine.
And usually people have a really hard time admitting that they were a butthead. And so.
Dude, it's the same energy. Yes. Emily Blunt and Oppenheimer not shaking the hand. Yes. The same look. Hold on. Let me pull it. That is a fucking phenomenal, eminently appropriate comparison. The same. Oh God, I love the fucking soundtrack to this movie so much. It's so ethereal. It's like that, bro. It's the same energy. Just like, nope. Get the fuck away from me. T15 is better with 71 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's a long time.
So definitely appreciate that. But
Yeah.
just wanted to shout out. We actually
Mike, that's a very
received an
sweet
apology.
thing to say. Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, man. To be young and to say stupid shit on the internet. What are you going to do?
Here's what I would like to also invite. In addition to everything that we know we're going to do in terms of what we have to do to activate, to march, to protest, to speak up, I think that we need an expanded playbook. Okay? And I think there's going to be some risk that we're going to have to assume along with that, but we need to be prepared to be able to handle that. I think that we need an expanded playbook in a way that we invite all ideas, that we have basically, that we say, look, this is a moment where there are no bad ideas. A no bad idea brainstorm is what I'd like to call it.
Well, careful telling that to DGG at the moment, because you might get some we'll say extreme remedies.
And in that no bad ideas brainstorm, we talk about what we need to do and think about doing around the Electoral College. We talk about
It's a bad idea to rendition Supreme Court justices to CIA black sites. That is a bad idea. Don't do that.
Of Supreme Court reform, which includes expanding the Supreme Court. We invite a conversation about multi-members districts. We talk about, that if we win the Senate, which we should and we will, then the Senate Judiciary Committee should have rules that
no bad ideas, you say?
Put in place so when these people come before as nominees to the Supreme Court and lie, that they are held to account and consequence. Not just that somebody goes on cable news and says they lied, but that there are rules in place to actually penalize people for lying to a Senate Judiciary Committee. That we agree that it is right to have ethics rules for Supreme Court justices. And let's put those in place. Let's talk about statehood for Puerto Rico and DC. These are the things I think that we've got to do. We've got to neutralize.
There is a unique opportunity in this moment that only presents itself like once every 2 or 3 decades. I think you guys have there's no stronger case, I think, for the white pill right now. Well, I think the white pill case was stronger in like 2006, but it's a similar kind of moment. And what I mean by that is that the Trump administration is fumbling everything so bad and pissing off so many people and losing so many of their own supporters that it creates a lane for the Democratic Party to win in 2026 and in 2028 with a big enough mandate to do big things. Where the voter base themselves will not be as sensitive to the concept of overreach that they might have been just 2 years ago. It is so bad for and they are overstepping so profoundly that I think that the public, like the median voter, will be more sympathetic to policies like packing the court, definitely getting rid of the filibuster. And if the Democrats don't, I'll tell you what, listen, if the Democrats don't use this moment, knock on wood, inshallah, like that we win in 2028, if they don't use that moment to get rid of the filibuster and do big things, voting reform, redistricting reform, court reform, I will join many of the people that I see in my chat when they talk about like feckless Democrats not doing. I will be furious. I will be furious. I will be so fucking pissed if they don't go further. I mean, Biden just didn't have that kind of a mandate. He just didn't. When he won in 2020, those were close margins. very slim majorities, just not the kind of mandate that you need to do like really big transformative stuff. Like there was just no way that there was no universe where they were going to have this kind of support to get rid of the filibuster in 2021 when he was inaugurated. Like he was just very, very limited in what he could do. That's not going to be the case, I think, in 2028. I think the anger directed towards this administration will be so intense. I mean, these, like, I don't know. I follow a lot of smart people, and a lot of smart people on my feed right now are talking about how, like, the gas price situation and the inflation situation is going to get so much worse if we stay on the current path with, like, the Strait of Hormuz situation. It's actually going to get so much worse. We almost had 4% inflation last month. That is not a great trajectory. Was it 3%? I thought it was 3.8%, right? Really bad. Really bad. And this is the kind of shit that creates like genuine waves. 2006, how did the Democrats perform in the 2006 midterms? Was it like a fucking bloodbath? I think it was bad, but 2008 was bad, you know. Like John McCain, you guys, was a strong candidate. That's how bad it was for Republicans. John McCain was a strong candidate. He was a strong Republican candidate. That should not have been the kind of blowout that it was. He was like one of the strongest Republican Party candidates in like recent decades. Like he was such a strong candidate. Just had all the fundamentals like on paper of being easily beating a freshman senator. And it was so bad for the Republican Party by the time we got to 2008 we just crushed them, right? How did the Democratic Party perform in the 2006 midterms? Not the strongest vice presidential candidate with Sarah Palin. That was very unfortunate pick for him. And I think that did contribute a lot to Obama's resounding victory. Democrats gained 31 seats in the House, ending more than a decade of Republican control. Nancy Pelosi became the first female Speaker of the House, and the Democrats gained 6 Senate seats. Now that is a bloodbath, all from Republican incumbents, securing a narrow majority. And then I guess they netted 9 more Senate seats into. So, you know, the conditions right now are create a similar kind of opportunity. And I swear to God, if the Democrats don't swing, this is when you swing big. This is when you know, 2021, that's when you're pragmatic and you just be as efficient as you can. You just get as much stuff done as you can, as quickly as you can. 2029, if things continue the way that they are, that's when you go ham. That's when you burn all the political capital you can and just do the biggest things possible. And that does include, and it should include, court reform, definitely statehood, 1000%. Fuck it, man. Break up California into 3 different states. Let's go. I don't, you know, like, let's get creative with this shit. Like, they are playing hardball. They are way overstepping. I don't know. I'm sensitive to not overstep like too much, but I like what she's, you know, this coming from a mainstream Democrat who happens to be the front runner right now for the Democratic Party. This is encouraging to hear her say, like, we need to talk about big shit.
Neutralize these red states from cheating, including blue states expanding their maps. And all of this, I think, is look, we got to fight fire with fire. These folks are playing.
It's true. I did pay Loaner Box $100,000 for these logs. But you know what? You can't put a price on this, you know? really, they're priceless, these logs. So I felt like it was a good investment.
To win. We got to play to win too. And they're ruthless. And look, we are never going to violate the law or do anything unethical or immoral, but we need to be ruthless too. And that means knowing the tools that are at our disposal or are within our reach. And yes, there may be risk associated with reaching for them. But look, this is what a fight looks like. And the stakes are too high. And when I look at like those young leaders in North Carolina A&T, I look at the Gen Zers and the millennials who are on this call. This is a fight worth having. When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for.
You love to see it. You really do. You really do love to see it. This is the kind of energy that we need right now, for sure. Guys, did you see that? What the fuck is going on in the Trump administration right now? What is happening? Did you guys see that the CIA raided Tulsi Gabbard's office and then confiscated files related to MK Ultra and JFK? Did you guys hear about this? There's so much news going on every fucking day that things get buried. Oh, wait, hang on. We'll get to that in just a second. I guess she's getting fired soon. I don't know what's going on with that. Pondering sent this to me. You may have heard about the Democratic. So this is the Bulwark article that was posted today by Rob Flaherty. Here's what I told the DNC autopsy. You may have heard about the Democratic National Committee autopsy, the post-election report commissioned by the DNC in 2025 to examine what went wrong in the 2024 campaign. And you may have heard that it was never released to the public. Because of that, there's been a lot of rightful concern about, among Democrats. Wari Zoo, thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate that. Alexis with $5. People that mention Puerto Rico statehood as a solution don't understand Puerto Rico. They routinely vote right of center for governors. Yeah, my understanding is that Puerto Rico would probably be like a purple kind of state, like one Democrat senator, one Republican senator. Hispanic voters are typically more socially conservative, more religious, more affiliation with the Catholic Church. Okay. Because of that, there's been a lot of rightful concern about Democrats about there not being an honest accounting of what went wrong and what we could learn from it. But there are a few people who have insight into what the autopsy report actually says and can share what they know of it. I'm one of them. I was deputy campaign manager of Kamala Harris's 2024 presidential campaign and of Joe Biden's campaign before that. My remit was things that touched the internet, social content creators, rapid response, paid media, fundraising, digital organizing, and a few other odds and ends along the way. I was one of the few campaign staff the autopsy team actually spoke to, which is its own problem. And hey, if you appreciate the type of experience and strategic analysis that gets you an invite to speak to the autopsy, I got a podcast for you. Now, to be clear, I have not seen the autopsy report. I understood that they would release the autopsy shortly after November's off-year elections. The team putting together the autopsy first reached out to former campaign staffers in late September 2025, and I spoke with them in mid-October. It seemed odd that they were doing this so late, but I played ball for two reasons. Number one, it's important to look backwards to see what makes sense for the next election. And number two, the digital components of a campaign are usually misunderstood, assuming any effort is made to understand them at all. But then the autopsy never went out. News coverage has focused on why the DNC shelved it. My understanding, based on Dem World hearsay, is that the truth is stupider than the fiction. No autopsy was released because there is no actual autopsy. The members of the autopsy team were in over their heads and struggled to put the thing together. What they produced was a loose summary of a bunch of interviews that were largely done without talking to the campaign or big spenders. The more interesting question is, what would an actual autopsy of the 2024 campaign have said? I don't think any of it is going to be surprising. I really don't. Like beyond like specific money allocation and logistical issues that I wouldn't be familiar with because I don't know their process and their structure but like I think we all kind of know by now. We have like a good sense of why she lost. I mean, there's like a number of reasons that most of you guys in chat, I assume, could spit out at like the top of the drop of a hat. I was always skeptical that it was a bombshell report that revealed that Gaza lost her the election. I was always deeply skeptical of that. There was a part of me that's like, maybe that's possible, but I just never, I never seriously entertained it. Check my Discord. What am I checking? Black Cat? Are you an infiltrate? Who are you a spy? I don't even know anymore. I don't trust any of you guys anymore. Maybe Captain Flavortown is a spy. Maybe that's why he's been so feckin' snarky in my chat these days. Wait, hold on. All right, listen, I gotta do one topic at a time. Okay, I gotta do one topic at a time. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. One overarching takeaway from my time on the Biden 2020 campaign, which we won, and the Biden-Harris 2024 campaign, which we lost, is that results don't totally define what lessons you can draw from a campaign. There were things we messed up in 2020 and things we got right in 2024. Some folks might yell at me for this, but I think that in 2024 we ran a good, not great, certainly not perfect campaign that was stuck in a hole that we just couldn't get out of. I agree with this for the record. I think she ran a good campaign, all things considered. Not great, certainly not perfect, but considering the circumstances, pretty good. She put up a fight, you know. We lost and we should learn lessons from it. No autopsy, not the DNCs, not any outside groups, and not mine is going to show a smoking gun. There are too many confounding variables, too many what ifs, but a smart, careful autopsy would still provide practical insights that could inform what to do in the future. So in that spirit, I want to offer here the gist of what I told the team that worked on the DNC autopsy. Some of this I said to them directly. Other parts of it I would have said if we had more time, and the rest has taken shape in the months since I spoke with them last year. I'll break this down into 3 parts. Part 1, what happened. Part 2, how it happened. Part 3, what happens next. A caveat before we dive in, this is just one guy's opinion. It is not the official Harris campaign's opinion, nor maybe even the opinion of the majority of those who worked on the campaign. There are very smart people on that team whose analysis and conclusions would be different from mine, and who will tell you that I am completely full of shit. When I shared a draft of this article with other campaign folks, some told me directly they disagree with parts of what follows. I'm sure you will too, but I was there. I have a different lens than most, so here's my take. Part 1, what happened? You have to have a brand. We didn't. That's been talked about a lot, for sure. My biggest lesson from the 2024 election is that tactics don't add up to a brand. And a brand is the most important thing in politics today. Without a brand that people genuinely feel is connected to your candidate's deeply held beliefs, your tactics will add up to nothing. You'll reach people but won't close the deal. People often think of a campaign's brand as visual, the logo for instance, but really it's the story of why the candidate got into the race. That why is critical, and we couldn't clearly articulate it. Our research showed that we were reaching the voters we needed to reach and that they even liked our specific outreach. Our ads tested well and we started to win on underlying issues. But something bigger wasn't gelling. It wasn't just us. Incumbents around the world were getting absolutely croaked. Labour's honeymoon in the UK lasted about 12 seconds. We underestimated then and are underestimating now just how disillusioned people are. There was and is a pervasive sense that nothing works and the institutions holding us up have failed. Media, government, business, no one trusts anyone anymore for reasons both of Democrats' own making and from simply being incumbents. The Democratic brand sucked. In the face of that massive cultural shift towards skepticism and distrust, in some holes Democrats dug for ourselves, we hit the limit of what campaign tactics can do. We cut the margin everywhere we played, but the national deficit was too much to overcome. We could not break the perception that we were the status quo. We traditionally think of swings as right to left or left to right, kind of person who, say, votes for Romney one cycle and Obama the next. In reality, today's swing voter is choosing between change and burn it all down. People just didn't trust our ability to make a difference in their lives, which brings us to the elephant in the room. President Biden never should have run for re-election in the first place. Biden's a good man. I think he woke up every day trying to do what was best, and I think he genuinely believed he was the only one who could defeat Donald Trump. When he decided to run again, irrespective of the wisdom of that decision, my view was that the best thing to do was to throw everything we had at getting him reelected. It was the only option to stop Trump. You may have seen an email in my name making the case for Biden being the only person who could win. Look, I'm a political professional. I believed and still believe that once you're on the team, you're on the damn team. Even after the pivotal June 27, 2024 Biden-Trump debate, the campaign owed it to down-ballot candidates and grassroots donors to keep up our energy. Grassroots donors who were keeping the lights on, and if Biden was staying in, which I believed he was going to, they needed to see the campaign rally like they were. And our only option was to fight to the death. Turns out, well, that's what we did. We all knew Biden's age was his worst negative. At 81, he was the oldest sitting president. But his age was more than just a number. It mattered tactically. It was harder for him to communicate clearly, which eroded trust in his leadership. But the worst damage was to the perception that Biden could connect with people's lives and could be trusted to deliver. Even at the beginning, focus groups showed clearly that the problem wasn't that Biden was perceived to be senile. It was that he was perceived to be too old to understand what voters were going through. The perceptions around his age took away Biden's reputational superpower. Empathy, the thing that kept him in the Senate for 36 years, got him on the ticket in 2008 and made him president in 2020. And unfortunately, the problem of Biden's age also preloaded the, quote, she's not in it for you, end quote, perception that would dog Vice President Harris. I saw the vice president rise to the occasion in all the obvious ways, and in ways people didn't get to see. But in a country fervently pissed off at the status quo, and with Biden's numbers being what they were, anyone from the Biden administration would have lost. Could Harris have rehabilitated the brand by distancing herself more from Biden? Perhaps there were ways she could have, but I doubt it would have changed the outcome. It was a quandary. If she had said Joe Biden was wrong about X and I disagreed vehemently, the obvious journalistic follow-up would be, okay, so what did you do about it? Once we missed an early window on that distancing, anything late breaking would have seemed political and phony. It's clear in retrospect that what Democrats needed for our damaged brand in 2024 was a primary in which a real, well-funded candidate running an economically populist campaign could have teed off against the Biden administration. Even that wouldn't have been a sure bet, but a primary and a one-week shotgun primary 107 days out from the election are not the same. Once we were in it, we were always playing around the edges. PhotoX Freak with $10 catching up on the stream, but my wife works for ILM/Lucasfilm at the Presidio in SF, and we would love to give you a tour of ILM and invite you to a Mando and Grogu showing. What the fuck? Holy shit. Let me hit you up after the stream. Thank you for that invite. Thank you for the dono. That would be a lot of fun. I haven't been up to SF in a while. Okay. paid and organic brands need to align. Throughout the campaign, there was a disconnect between what people were hearing from us and about us in earned and organic media and what we were saying in paid media. Online and at events, the campaign came to be freedom and brat girl summer. Most of that happened organically. People latched onto those frames and they stuck. Personally, I liked freedom. You can probably tell from this video. I thought it could effectively combine our economic and anti-authoritarian arguments, and it had its fans. Ad testing showed it was actually among our most persuasive pieces of content of the whole campaign. But in the long run, I don't know if I was right. Either way, my side lost the internal debate. After David Axelrod panned the spot as base mobilization on an episode of Hacks on Tap, we moved on from using it in paid media. It's hard not to look at the success of an affordability message in the time since the campaign and wonder what would have been if we focused just on that. Then again, would it have been convincing in 2024? Harris was the sitting vice president. Contra conventional wisdom, when we messaged people through paid media mainly on middle class economics, it worked. Harris started to close the gap on whom voters most trusted to handle the economy. People even started to associate her with middle class economics. Looking back, though, middle class economics is a political buzzword that means nothing to anyone. Trump's message was much clearer. The economy feels bad and Harris says it's good. Those vibes were tough to argue with. This is where having 107 days to put a plan together really hurt us. We got pulled all over the place dealing with subplots that were hard to plan for in advance given the race's new context. Trump's negatives were not going down, and there were other issues on which we were advertising. 3 schools of thought developed on how we should prosecute the case against Trump. Some wanted to say he was unfit for office. Others wanted to call him unstable and unhinged. And some wanted to warn he was going to get unchecked power to do bad stuff. The compromise position was the triple U construction: unfit, unstable, unchecked. It will shock you to know that it didn't work. Given our positive message that wasn't quite focused and negative message that was difficult to digest, it was easy for the other side to define Harris. The digital team owns this. I own this as much as anyone else. My colleagues and I leaned into what resonated for us, but that contributed to the campaign's flailing octopus in a boxing ring problem. Yet that doesn't mean that the answer to our problem would have been to do the most persuasive thing and stop chasing what gets reach. We could have focused more on prescription drugs or whatever the top polling issue was, but that would have been driving a message when we should have been building a brand. A brand is a story about who you are and what you believe that everything else, the ads, the organic content, the surrogates, the creator appearances, the events, levels up to. The Trump campaign understood this intuitively. Everything they did pointed at one narrative. We kept punching in different directions. The lessons for next time, the one I told the folks putting together the autopsy report, is that there needs to be a direct pipeline between what's working on organic and what goes up on paid and vice versa. If your organic content and earned media are telling one story and your paid content is telling another, you don't have a messaging problem, you have a brand problem. No amount of ad testing can fix that. Joe Rogan in the battle for attention. I don't believe we would have won with more time. The switch from Biden to Harris in July 2024 shook up the race, but things eventually reverted to the mean. In each of the first few weeks, we had big ticket events that let us dominate the conversation and consolidate soft Democratic voters. The switch to Harris, the announcement of Tim Walz as Harris's running mate, the convention in Chicago, the Harris-Trump debate. And then nothing. It was 2 months of scrapping for attention against the single best attention getter in the history of politics. Trump had his daily stream: McDonald's, the Truth Socials, the dump truck, eating dogs and cats, and on and on. He dictated the terms of the conversation. The longer it went, the worse it got. Trump had his vaunted podcast strategy, but polling pre-election actually indicated that more voters saw Harris on a podcast than Trump. It makes sense. His strategy was to talk to one audience a lot for reasons that had mostly to do with limits on candidates' time. We shot for big interviews that reached a series of different audiences. E.g., All the Smoke, Call Her Daddy. Which brings us to the whole Joe Rogan thing. I somewhat famously was never involved in the Rogan negotiations. We agonized for a long time over it. I was in favor of doing it, but it was a close call. I didn't think it was going to be a clean interview. In fact, I thought the best case scenario would be a draw, but we just needed an attention event, which in my mind made it worth doing. But it's also true that Rogan's team kept moving the goalposts. The whole Beyonce concert was actually an excuse to go to Texas to go on Rogan. Well, that's interesting. Had Trump not booked his Rogan interview that day, I believe we would have done it. I suspect that it was Rogan himself, not his team, jerking us around. The folks we spoke to on his team were professional and gave the impression of acting in good faith. Rogan, by contrast, would go on to misrepresent our discussions. Some of the topics he later claimed we didn't want to talk about were actually topics we suggested talking about. But the Rogan show didn't happen, and without it, the next big media moment for us was Harris's October 16 appearance on Fox News with Brett Baer. Doing Fox was a spectacle event for the campaign. It was also, if I recall correctly, one of our biggest fundraising spikes that month. But that was really it in terms of breaking through. The trans ad was about our implied brand. Now let's talk about the trans ad. First, I want to clear up a basic factual issue. The trans ad from October 2024 was not the Trump campaign's most effective ad. According to our data, that was the ad from July 2024 with clips of Harris saying Bidenomics is working. But the brilliance of the Trump team's ad strategy was that everything was proof point that leveled up to a core narrative. She cares about liberal shit, not you. Her positions on immigration, she focused on the wrong thing. Harris talking about trans prisoners, focused on the wrong thing. Says Bidenomics is working, focused on the wrong stuff. It was brands, not messages. The trans ad worked because of what it implied, not what it said. It was devastating because it seemed to confirm what the Trump folks had been saying all along. The ad put us in a bind. Responding to it directly meant fighting on their turf, on an issue we were losing, using paid media, without even responding to the core thing it was triggering in people. She's focused on crazy liberal stuff, not you. We made 5 or 6 ads in response and tested them against ads about the economy. Focus groups and ad tests showed that centering on the economy was the better move. It made Harris seem like she was focused on the right stuff. So not wanting to make the fight about an issue we were losing, we talked about the economy more. A literal rebuttal would have been a loser. I absolutely stand by this decision. Look at the 2025 elections in Virginia, where Republicans made trans issues the core of their advertising strategy. It failed because voters didn't find it relevant. Trump camp's trans ad, quote, worked at getting attention because it was shocking, not because it was effective on its own. Its real power came from its implied storyline, which in the digital era is more critical than ever. When noise regularly overpowers the signal, implications matter as much as anything. The lesson when you get hit with an attack ad like this, ask not what claim it's making, but rather what brand it's building. The best response isn't to relitigate the fight, it's to fight harder on the underlying issue that voters actually care about. I think this article is very interesting, guys. I would like to continue reading it, but I want to check in with you guys because I've been reading it. You guys want me to keep reading this thing? It's just interesting insight from somebody who worked at the campaign. Listen, I can't reveal too much. I can't reveal. Listen, I can. Okay. Keep it going. Okay, the HQ accounts, a real success and an unresolved question. The Biden HQ and Kamala HQ social media accounts were, by most measures, a big success, at least to the extent that you can say anything is truly a success when you ultimately lose. They surfaced narratives that went mainstream. They consolidated the base at a moment when the campaign needed energy. They moved at the speed of the internet. But here again, I want to talk about the brand question. The HQ accounts got a reputation for being the girls and gays. The moment the account switched from Biden to Harris, the campaign channeled a vibe shift that showed up in the polls. We needed to consolidate the base, make the campaign cooler, and have a campaign voice that could be more flexible and nimble than the candidate's own. KHQ was important for that. I often hear that the account turned off men, or that they should have used an account to persuade. Das Vidania with $10. I'm for it. Rob's really smart. One of the first people I know to really buy into this new digital environment. Also wild to see how far he's come. Fun fact, we went to college together. Nice. That is a fun fact. I'm not so sure. An organic campaign aimed at reaching young men wouldn't look like a big TikTok account from Kamala Harris. The way TikTok works is to funnel users towards stuff they already like. So how do you persuade undecided voters via a platform that's primarily sending your content to people who are already Kamala fans? The better use for that tool is to build your base and expand outwards. Persuasion happens in paid media, in earned media, and in podcasts, the kind of long-form spaces where people hear things they don't go looking for. And in that way, KHQ was able to exploit the brackish delta between Harris supporters and the mainstream. Issues like Project 2025 emerged from LibTalk, and in that case became Trump's worst negative of the campaign. More on that later. Having said that, I can see how a rah-rah base mobilization tone set on the most visible piece of the campaign's organic presence made the whole campaign look like it was for one group and not another. It's great that your most viral content is speaking to the in-group, but that's also the brand the out-group sees. And in a race we lost on brand, that myopia matters. The issue is that digital messaging can't solve deeper problems. Having the social accounts stick to just persuasion messages would have meant they didn't resonate with the people they needed to get fired up. And a more man-heavy brand, whatever that means, would have felt weird and out of place. The Kamala HQ account reflected whom the content resonated with. Our political coalition was urban whites, college-educated people, and working-class voters of color. That coalition simply isn't big enough to win. Ultimately, that's a campaign coalition problem, not a social account problem. Let me link the article. Some of you guys are asking for the link here. Okay, I'm gonna pin it in both of the chats if you guys want to bookmark this article. There you go. Okay. All right. Gaza cost us, but not in the ways that people think. I mean, throat's getting a little coarse. Given the administration's position, Coastal Lily with $2. What should Dems do about the Virginia ruling? Well, I don't know. I heard one extreme measure proposed where they lower the retirement age for judges to like 55 to get so effectively like purge the court. I think that's going to be tough. You know, like when they passed their measure to do the early redistricting, that was a really close measure. It was like 51-49. So they burned a lot of political capital getting that thing over the finish line in Virginia. Republicans spent a lot of money advertising against that measure. And so it's just difficult to imagine them having the kind of political capital to do something that extreme. And then also Spanberger came out and opposed doing that. So that just seems like DOA. I don't know what they can do. I really don't know what they can do. There was some reporting yesterday that Jeffries is reportedly lighting the beacons of Gondor and telling Matt Reeves is posting gifs of the Batman 2. Oh my god. Fucking god. Focus up. I just got distracted by two things in the span of fucking 10 seconds. What was I talking about? Jeffries is saying that the Democrat, like he's making calls and pushing Democrats in other states to do like aggressive gerrymanders. So, you know, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I don't think we're going to lose the House, guys. Like, I don't think they can gerrymander their way out of this problem because like the situation is just so bad. So, you know, I'm not as concerned about 2026, but I'm concerned more about like 2028 and beyond. And so, you know, it gives us a little time to mount like counter operations in the next couple of years. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. Okay. Given the Biden administration's position, Gaza was an impossible issue to communicate around. Protesters drove coverage away from campaign events. Digital creators or even supporters were afraid to say anything nice about Biden because their comment section would get rocked. Yep. For many voters watching the horrific, painful footage out of Gaza, it became a moral question, one we didn't have a good answer for. In ways that may not be reflected in a poll, it meaningfully reduced enthusiasm. As one person from the campaign told me, we spent the entire election with a giant rotting fish around our necks. This was one of the places where Biden's era, not his age, mind you, but his political era, led him to misread the politics. His frustration with Bibi Netanyahu was well covered and spilled out into the public, but Biden just misread the nation's support for Israel as an endless fixed object and missed how much the ongoing visuals were seeping into the public consciousness. You're seeing the politics move today. Senators who would never have considered it years past are now signing on to the Sanders resolution to block offensive military aid to Israel. Rahm Emanuel, of all people, is raising doubts about funding the Iron Dome. But we were seeing this emerge on the ground during the campaign. My hot take is that the eventual Democratic nominee in 2028 will support conditions on aid to Israel in one way or another. Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. I don't know if the person that the voters choose will use the language of genocide. I don't know if that, like, if I could imagine Newsom or Kamala using that language, but I do think that whoever the nominee is going to, at minimum, adopt a policy of imposing conditions on the aid. Wilmington was a killer. The people of Wilmington, Delaware were kind and very welcoming. It's a clean, well-maintained city. It's close to a lot of stuff. It made sense for President Biden to want to have his campaign headquarters in his hometown, as everyone does. But we are reaching the end of the destination quarters. COVID changed the way young people work. We struggled even with getting young people to move to states to organize. Wilmington, for that reason, loomed large over some of the campaign's problems. Ben with 10 Canadian. To piggyback off of Coastal Elite, I really encourage watching Jamel Bowie's The People Voted, That's the Ball Game. After this, it really changed my mind on if the Virginia court should just be ignored. I mean, just on its face, you guys. It's not, I don't think it's a serious proposition. Just ignoring the court, well, we can give it a watch, but I mean, talk about the nuclear option. I mean, it's I just don't think this is like a serious proposal. Okay. It made sense for President Biden to want to have his campaign headquarters in his hometown, as everyone does. But we are reaching the end of the destination headquarters. COVID changed the way that young people work. We struggled even even with getting young people to move to states to organize. Wilmington they already got you. People just didn't want to move there. Wilmington created 3 distinct disadvantages. See, this is like a part of it, like that I would not be privy to it. I would not have thought that this was like a part of why they lost, Hiring. The campaign's 2 big recruiting sprees were in November, December of 2023. That is just after the October 7 attack and the start of Israel's invasion of Gaza. And then in June, July of 2024, that is just before and after the Biden-Trump debate. So we needed people who were both willing to move to Wilmington and be a young person willing to work for a candidate under constant online attacks. These factors produced a pretty unflappable and flexible team. And I think is why they handled the flip from Biden to Harris so well, but the hiring process took a lot longer. Presence. People weren't there all the time. Heck, I left every weekend until midsummer 2024. A lot of people did. Infrastructure. We couldn't support our staff. We literally couldn't find apartments and Airbnbs in Wilmington. The same goes for office space. We actually had to split the HQ across 2 buildings, which led to a weird house-divided dynamic. Would we have won if the campaign headquarters had been in Philadelphia or DC? Probably not, but the idea of picking everyone up and moving them to some remote location for a campaign is a relic of the past. For all of the many difficulties of campaigning under COVID restrictions 4 years earlier, the 2020 Biden campaign benefited greatly from having talent from all over the country, both because it allowed us to hire different types of people and because people who live day to day in Missoula had a different lens on what was happening than people who live day to day in one place, specifically one place in the Acela, is that how you say that? Acela corridor. Part 2, how it happened. Someone who once held a job similar to mine told me that the list of things you'll want to do in this role is infinite, and there will always be things you'll want to get done but will miss out on because there just isn't enough time. It was sage advice. In both 2020 and 2024, we had the theory of the case about the internet close to right, with a couple of things I think we missed in both elections. In 2024, we had a harder time executing it. Part of this was the fact that we had to switch from the Biden-era campaign, where we were basically begging people to volunteer with us, to the Harris-era campaign, where we were basically getting stampeded with energy. There's a lot we did well. I think we were right about the media mix we took on as a campaign and the volume of content approach we took with the HQ accounts. We also built a grassroots fundraising program that reflected the values of both candidates and paid off handsomely. But ultimately, we struggled to scale digital coherently and in concert with traditional organizing. We had a good sense of what we wanted to do with influencers, content creators, and podcasters, but we whiffed on setting up a cohesive plan. This list isn't comprehensive. There were other smaller things I think we screwed up and got right, but I'll spare you those and focus on the big stuff. Advertising works as long as you do it like it's 2026. My hottest take, you can always tell when a TV consultant has made an organic social video. It's too slick and overproduced. There are little words on screen with little whooshes. Sure, some people will watch it because you've paid to put it in front of them, but they'll watch it like the guy in A Clockwork Orange with his eyes pried open. It won't work. Most political ads suck. They're not fun to watch. They're not interesting. They don't use the medium very well. They're blunt instruments, and in a sea of 8 hours of content people watch per day, they just blend in. We still need ads, we just need to do them better. A lot of Democratic donors and strategists are growing increasingly skeptical of the effectiveness of ads and are shifting toward organic tactics like clippers and unbranded TikTok accounts. But the fact is that the places we advertise ended up with smaller overall political shifts than the places we didn't, which is pretty instructive. Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. The way of the future is realizing that paid and organic are different columns, but must work in tandem to build a brand. Maybe the process should flip the standard one, see what works on social media, and then put it through a persuasion layer. Contrary to what the current DNC chair Ken Martin has been saying, the 2024 campaign spent just about evenly on digital and TV. As an aside, the autopsy folks told me Martin was speaking off of different numbers than they had. I can't address the television part, but on the digital side, this was a substantial improvement on the traditional campaign media mix. In 2022, the typical Senate campaign spent about 70% of its budget on linear television and 30% of it everywhere else. That makes absolutely no sense in today's environment because voters just don't consume information that way. There are some folks who have said we lost in 2024 because we spent too much of our advertising on digital. But you could just as easily say that we lost because we didn't spend enough. In fact, Trump team in 2026 is basically advising candidates to do away with television, which I think is probably wrong. Consumption habits are clearly changing. Television is increasingly centered on a smaller group of higher viewership events like live sports, which makes ads more expensive to run. Digital can be more efficient and more targeted. There are lots of people who make their money by selling TV ads, and most of the arguments they make for not spending on digital do not pass. Is there any normal voter who only watches television test? The campaign spent a lot of money on social ads for this precise reason. It was the right choice. A month after the 2024 election, the New York Times ran an article for which I was interviewed that included some criticism of our campaign's media buying, suggesting it was inefficient and that Trump leveraged list matching to target folks more efficiently. In reality, our targets were different from theirs. Many were geographically clustered, so zip code targeting was more efficient. We used digital as a broadcast tool with some tentacles that could reach into different nooks and crannies. Going forward, I'd recommend that digital ads be considered the purview of one integrated paid media team, which was sometimes the case in past campaigns. But that's tricky. You need a structure where digital doesn't get eaten alive by the incentives of TV media. It's insane to have an independent expenditure and a campaign with two different strategies. I'm not here to litigate the war between Future Forward, the super PAC supporting Harris, and the campaign. The beef is mostly on strategy. The super PAC thought we weren't spending enough on TV in the right places or talking about the economy enough. The campaign disagreed with the super PAC's approach on spending, media mix, and the mix of positive and negative messaging. As I've suggested, this race was about defining a candidate early. Future Forward had some data somewhere indicating that only late spending mattered. Okay, super PACs usually handle the negative campaigning, but Future Forward had data that said negative ads don't work as well as contrast ads. Sure, they thought our messaging was diffuse and not focused enough on core economic issues. There's probably a grain of truth to that. They, like us, had to change candidates when Biden dropped out. There were always going to be stutter steps along the way. I get it. But wherever you stand on who was right or wrong on those specific questions, it is simply insane to have a campaign and a super PAC that are not aligned on the plan. Take just one example. We saw that Democrats writ large were greatly outspending Republicans on digital persuasion. We plan to pull back and cede it to outside groups, but given that Trump's positive approval ratings were going up, we also thought going negative on Trump was important and knew FF wasn't going to do it. So we kept digital spending at only marginally reduced levels to push Trump's negatives higher, irrespective of who you think made the right call. This is an example of us wasting money and efficiency because two organizations were punching in two directions. Digital ads should probably mostly live on the outside. A moment ago, I argued that digital ads should be the purview of paid media team. Now let me add a caveat. Campaigns should basically do only positive digital ads that involve the candidate and paid social content amplification. The rest should probably live on the outside. This was the crux of one of the mid-campaign scuffles between the campaign and Future Forward. They believed we were underspending in places where only we could have more efficient rates near the end. They weren't wrong. Campaigns get preferential TV rates, so it makes sense to keep TV within the campaign. That's not true of digital rates. But we had a lot of factors we were juggling. In 2024, we spent a lot on digital ads, mostly because we believe Future Forward was less focused on it than we would have liked, and because we weren't confident that they would be spending in the places, time frame, and the ways that we would have hoped. Assuming coordination rules stay the same, we should let outside groups handle the bulk of digital advertising, But again, this all requires a jointly held theory of the case. The candidate has to be in the room. Digital presence is a direct reflection of a candidate's brand. It's how voters come to understand who a candidate is. And for this to work, the candidate needs to be actively engaged in the planning and execution of their social media presence, period. If they're not, it won't work. This isn't a specific criticism of Harris or Biden. Delegating social media is still standard practice in campaigns. This has to change. When AOC endorsed Biden in 2024, she did a whole day on the trail for us. I spoke with her about her content strategy, and she led the discussion for 45 minutes. AOC had very specific thoughts about the story she wanted to tell, the kind of clips she wanted, the framing of the whole thing. It was a remarkable conversation. Likewise, Beto O'Rourke, whom I worked for in 2019, had deep and strong opinions about what went on his social media. You get very different results when the candidate is completely hands-off. This isn't just a generational thing. You can build a process for someone who is not a digital native, but you'll never succeed if you do a long staff-level pitching process that ends with handing the candidate a briefing document 30 minutes before they do the thing. Some changes that I think could work. Standing meetings where the candidate lays out how they want to talk about the day's news and their key messages. We'll do weekly content plannings on what they'll be filming, posting, responding to, and amplifying. Candidates should be doing daily, yes, daily recording without a script. That's interesting. I agree with that. Authenticity is like a currency in the modern era for sure. If your reaction to these suggestions is that sounds naive and ridiculous, well, that's a part of the problem. We had a brief moment with Biden where there was a Hollywood producer trailing the campaign to help with our content. That person noticed we called weekly recording time digital time. That's a standard term in politics, but the producer said it sounded infantilizing, as if it were less than everything else. Picayune point? Maybe, but I don't know what the fuck that word is. But the remark stuck with me. Creator strategy. Hard side and soft side have different jobs. The Biden 2020 campaign was the first with full-time creator staff, which was tasked with focusing on influencers, digital media personalities, progressive outlets, and podcasters. I'm referring to the current sense of those roles. It's true that there were predecessors and prototypes like the campaign bloggers that started popping up in the early 2000s. The Biden White House was the first to have dedicated staff for creators. While creators are critically important, we need to get our heads on straight about them. Persuasion on the internet is the art of generating a really loud set of fans who create a magnetic force for others. It's as true for Taylor Swift as it is for Burger King, as it is for the Democrats. You need, if I can mix metaphors for a moment, an enormous partisan ecosystem that's always banging the drum, but maintaining that ecosystem cannot be the campaign's job alone. The party writ large has to foster it and sustain it over the course of many years. The campaign and Super PAC fucked up how we handled creators in 2024, and I think I owned that fuck up pretty directly myself. It was a mess. We didn't have a robust pre-walls up discussion about creators. I just didn't think to set it up on the front end. It was a fiasco. Part of the problem was the campaign was hamstrung by coordination laws, and nobody was quite sure whose job it was to do what. Creator engagement across the ecosystem ended up being ad hoc rather than systematic. Consider this. Non-campaign lawyers said that if a creator was paid by an entity outside the campaign, our engagement with their content had to be limited. But no one knew which creators were under contract outside the campaign. That is a shit show, by the way. So we were stabbing around in the dark. Learn from our mistakes, but build the signaling system as early as possible. Creators aren't ads, they're trusted voices to an audience. Folks thinking about 2026 and 2028 campaigns often ask me how much they should be spending on paid creators as a part of their paid media budget. Wrong question. Creators can't be seen as paid media. I get that it's a useful heuristic, but if you treat creators as an ad, here are the talking points to relate to your audience, you're missing the point. Creators are just as valuable for message testing as for dissemination. More creators doing more stuff means more chances to see what content works. Giving them a tight script misses out on their value at scale. A few things campaigns should be thinking about. Bags of cash are not really the best way for a campaign to pay creators. Many creators bristle at the idea that they're bought and paid for. A campaign's best dollar might be spent on travel and hotels for that creator, as well as the things he or she needs to facilitate an interview. These folks are small businesses, not media conglomerates. They don't have the budgets for multiple days on the trail. Local creators matter. They're often more influential with a tight community and less exposed to competitive pressures than national creators. Campaign should focus on how it deploys the candidate. For creators, the candidate is the best asset a campaign has. They should be focused on using that time to reach the audiences they need. The candidate can break down the walls with tough to reach or very influential creators. We should treat those big creators like major endorsers who need a touch. This also means more time for the candidate to spend with them. This space is still the wild, wild west. There are a number of tactics that have become standard practice on the right and that are probably going to move over to the left, such as paying creators under the table through LLCs for consulting contracts or otherwise. Each campaign in the 2028 primary is going to need a plan for this sort of thing. Does the money flow? If so, from where? You will encounter, as we did in 2024, creators who say something like, pay me $5,000 or I'll endorse your opponent. What's your plan for that? Jesus. Progressive creators need access, but the outside groups should handle financial support. The cultivation and financial underwriting of a progressive creator ecosystem should be the work of the party and allied organizations over the course of many years. It can't be the job of the campaign in a 3-month sprint. The campaign needs to staff and activate progressive creators and to include them in a two-way conversation about messaging and what's working. But the campaign should be spending its dollars on reaching new voters. The other entities should focus on building a durable, healthy, progressive ecosystem. The bottom line is that paid creator work needs to be somewhere in the campaign's coordinated ecosystem. The campaign funds themselves, to the extent that they are dispersed for this, should go mostly to creators who don't normally talk about politics. The campaign itself needs to own that relationship building. The outside groups should handle building and supporting a progressive media ecosystem that is healthy, sustainable, and exists for the purpose of changing culture, not just winning elections. They should get busy building and underwriting the center-left creator ecosystem now so that it is ready for and lasts well beyond the current campaign cycle. Organizing online is important and different from organizing offline. Digital organizing is more than using digital tools to organize offline. Organizing needs to make sense for the ways people communicate and get information today. But our campaign had big questions about this. How do you use digital spaces actually to organize? How do you get people to organize their local Facebook group? How do you get people to do relational organizing beyond geographic bounds? In their most recent election, the Labour Party in the United Kingdom had volunteers organize and recruit in their local Facebook groups. Our own 2024 campaign struggled to operationalize this and other forms of strictly online organizing for a bunch of reasons: scale, operational issues, and good old-fashioned campaign turfiness, of which I was certainly a participant. Some of these problems were just an unavoidable result of flipping candidates and then managing the explosion of attention. Nowhere was the flip more taxing than on the organizing team. But the questions of how traditional, relational, and online organizing should be merged remained unresolved. That was a tricky sentence. We ended up with a blended read compromise model that has lately received some correctly negative reviews. For that reason, I won't go too deep into it. Just give that link above a read. I will say, though, that beyond the many logistical reasons of why it didn't work, there was a basic strategic thing that we never resolved. Community is no longer solely geographic. You had geographically based community organizers trying to organize people's online lives. The tension between geographic organizing, quasi-geographic online organizing, and interest-based organizing is what we must untangle for 2028. What does it mean to have a neighborhood organizing team with strangers talking to strangers when people are on group chats with their friends all day? How many different work streams can a single volunteer be a part of at once? How do we make the experience great for volunteers? How do we report on it? How do you do all of those things, or one of those things, or other things? These are hugely important questions, but they will be invisible to campaigns not thinking about the way people are actually engaging in the community themselves in 2026. We were on the right track with clipping, but missed opportunities. The writer and market analyst Ed Olson had a great piece recently about how everything is clips. Streamers, podcasts, whatever. They're creating long-form content for the purpose of generating short-form videos or clips. It's not hard to see how political candidates' futures is clips too. Yes, you should have the candidate do long-form interviews. Yes, you should have the candidate make bespoke content, but the distribution method of most of those things will be short-form clips. This was the initial insight of our HQ accounts. They let us post short-form clips of Republicans doing crazy stuff and a higher volume of clips of the boss. But generating clip content is harder than it sounds. Candidates don't like to wear microphones, and for good reasons. They're annoying and make every interaction feel forced. And candidates don't want cameras always present in the room because they want to be able to have meetings in private. They also want to plan or memo beforehand so they don't say anything embarrassing. All reasonable. But this means there are many frustrating obstacles to content generation. Let me tell you, the amount of time digital people spend on negotiations around microphone wearing is truly absurd. Set piece videos are becoming less important than the ambient content. To that end, I'd trade 60% of digital time for having the candidate mic'd up and on camera at all times. Then you'd have a team of smart editors and social clippers who'd cut them down and distribute them from a network account. Then there's the question of clipping distribution. The clipping ecosystem is huge and growing. Smart people are throwing real money at building progressive micro creator and amplifier ecosystems. Platforms may very well tamp down on this, as both Instagram and X have indicated in the last week or so. But we could have used this strategy in 2024. The non-campaign entities did a bit of this, and a lot of the success from the HQ accounts was because of clipping, but we could have gone further in expanding the ecosystem to volunteers, staff, and commercial clipping farms. The play for a campaign is pretty obvious. Campaigns should have content fellows, either paid or volunteers, in different geographic areas whose job it is to clip and remix content for the campaign. They should be paid on performance. Geography matters in this case because TikTok's algorithm considers it. We should use the commercial clippers too. The right certainly does. The new hot thing is hiring clippers and paying them a living wage to run social accounts. It's a good tactic. Of course, clip amplification is just a tactic to convey a message. We must pair their signaling power with good content and a coherent brand to reach beyond algorithmic bubbles. A lot of this stuff seems kind of obvious. I don't know what paying based on performance means. I'm not so sure of I don't really know what that means. I don't know who would agree to something like that. I don't know. Downsize the approval process. In our constant digital conversation, speed matters. Our HQ accounts ran on a simple system. There's a signal group. The team posts anything they're going to put out. Anyone in the group has 5 minutes to object. Otherwise, we're going. No edits, just objections. That let us move really fast. It let us experiment. It let us put up the volume of content that actually matters on social platforms. The alternative is the standard democratic approval process where someone holds everything up with, well, I don't agree, or change this language, and you finally post something hours after it was relevant. The perfect cannot be the enemy of good. If you're a serious campaign, figure out how to get content out the door fast and accept that sometimes it will be imperfect. Bottom-up messaging works. The right thinks about many of these things differently than the left. They know the power of the implied brand and how to connect a viral narrative to a persuasive one. By contrast, we tend to pull test our way into running a lot of mealy-mouthed ads about prescription drugs or whatever. The right uses its vast social media ecosystem to organically test messages that have viral heat. There's a tremendous conveyor belt of content. Things that go viral on X make their way to podcasts, which makes their way to Fox News, which makes their way to the president. By contrast, Democrats find a message that works in testing, put it on the TV, and hope it moves people. In January 2024, we spotted TikTok and said something like, if you're supporting Joe Biden, tell me why in the comments. Comments were all about Project 2025. We were surprised. Project 2025 seemed academic and hard to explain, but it turns out it appealed to the sort of paranoid style of politics of TikTok, conspiracy that could be discovered. That's interesting. Our campaign initially branded it Donald Trump's extreme agenda, but the HQ account team used Project 2025 anyways. It ended up being top performing content for us at a time when the internet was particularly unfriendly to us. Candidates started using it in speeches and eventually in paid media. Some folks from the campaign's coalition's team worked with Taraji P. Henson to get her to speak about Project 2025 at the BET Awards. Now that's interesting. I remember that. Oh, that was like a coordinated thing. Interesting. The whole left-wing digital ecosystem took something that no one had heard of and turned it into Donald Trump's worst negative. But we pulled away from Project 2025 in advertising. We started to think the attacks defied credulity, and we saw people respond to Trump distancing himself from it in focus groups and polls. I thought this drawdown made sense at the time. I now think that was a mistake. We should have kept pressing our advantage even as Trump ran away from it. Okay, the whole next section is they get into solution, what they should do next. But my voice is starting to get a little bit coarse, so we'll end it at the end of the diagnoses of the problems. We can just read what's in bold here. We don't have a big enough coalition to win yet. The winner will be broke. The DNC needs to be ready for that. We need to address our core problems before the campaign starts. The election is going to happen on YouTube. Social media is dead. You need an ecosystem, not just content. AI will reshape how campaigns operate. AI will reshape social media behavior. AI will reshape how we think about information itself. The job I've held for the better part of the last decade shouldn't exist. All right. It is linked in both of the chats, guys. One of you guys wanted me to watch a video from Jamel Bowie, who I guess is advocating that people just ignore the courts, ignore the court. I don't know.
So I put out this video a couple days ago.
I just don't think that this is like a serious thing. That this is in regards to the Virginia Supreme Court decision. You're going to hate it, LOL. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Well.
So I put out this video a couple days ago about the Virginia Supreme Court decision that overturned the referendum, and I made the argument for just ignoring the court and going ahead with the maps, going ahead with the gerrymandered maps, because first, they're necessary to respond to this Republican frenzy of partisan gerrymandering, and second, because
I mean, that's just not, I mean, just right away, that's not great logic. Like if a court decides that some policy is unconstitutional, you wouldn't say, well, we should just ignore that because it's necessary. I mean, that's like kind of like a risky strategy. How come my chat, I can't put something in my chat here? Hang on. Did that work? There we go. Okay. Okay, we'll unpin that message. We'll pin this message. 1 second. Boom. There we go. Well, you know, just ignore the court because, you know, it's necessary. I mean, just imagine if like, you know, that's just not a functional system. That's just a system that is just, at that point, just completely broken. Like the system itself is just completely broken at that point if we're really doing that.
Well, the court had no business overturning a referendum. And I offered my logic there, but I was reading comments and stuff, and I figured I would restate my logic real quick, just to make it a little more clear about what I meant. My basic principle here is the principle of popular sovereignty. The fundamental idea in the American system that sovereignty, the ability to make law, to change the fundamental structure of the political system, rests with the people and the people alone. What this means is that courts owe sovereign decisions a considerable amount of deference. When you're looking at the deference courts give serious deference to legislatures because legislatures represent the people's representatives elected, hopefully, in free and fair elections. And really, unless legislatures are acting in egregious ways, the courts tend to provide them a lot of deference.
Leftoids are starting to suit up now because of the Hassan thing. Well, is that true, or do they normally? Does he normally wear suits? I mean, he's got a suit in his fucking. No, this guy's been wearing suits for forever, bro. I'm seeing suit and ties going back months.
I think that the level of deference when it comes to constitutional referenda, when it comes to these sort of sovereign decisions, ought to be even higher. It ought to be so high, in fact, that courts should stay away from even dealing with them. I think that unless there is concrete evidence that the referendum itself has not been free and fair, that there's been disenfranchisement, something to suggest that the whole people are not deciding, unless there's evidence of that, in my view, these are basically non-judiciable. They're non-judiciable because the people in this formation, in their capacity as constitution-making sovereigns, are exercising authority that transcends the courts.
I'm sorry, I don't find this argument to be particularly compelling. You should ignore the court because it should be acting this way or it should be acting that way. It's like, well, you could really use that you could use that logic to just ignore any Supreme Court ruling if you wanted to.
Which themselves are creatures of that sovereign authority. The courts don't exist outside of this.
Yeah, it's like, it's a similar logic to like the sovereign citizen people who think that it's like violating their rights to give them a speeding ticket or something like that.
They're within the boundaries of this sovereign authority exercised by the people. Note that this isn't the same as...
What's your proposal then, Hutch? Well, my proposal is simply don't ignore state Supreme Courts. Don't ignore the Supreme Court. I don't think that's an option that we are anywhere close to. Like, you could theoretically, things could get theoretically so bad that you could imagine doing something like this, but we're not anywhere fucking close to that. It's like, once you do that, that's like a really fundamental pillar of liberal democracy is, especially like American liberal democracy is like co-equal branches of government. Now, whatever complaints you have about the court, you may even be right about all these complaints, but to advocate for a strategy of ignoring the courts, just like straight up ignoring the courts, there's a reason why this basically doesn't happen ever. There's certain things that Republicans have done, for example, like in the state of Ohio, where, they didn't technically ignore the court, but they bogged down the rollout of something in process and sort of ran out the tape and or ran out the clock. And so there's all kinds of fuckery that happens, but nobody is out here is literally ignoring, just straight up ignoring these kinds of court orders. It's just not a serious proposal because once you're in that once you're in that territory, Olympus has fallen a bit, essentially, at that point, you're just out in the wilderness. There's just, you've abandoned the system. By abandoning such an important pillar, you've abandoned the system. And then at that point, it's like, well, where the fuck do we go from there? We're already there? No, I don't think I don't think we're anywhere close to that point. I think if you're saying that you should abandon a state Supreme, or you should ignore a state Supreme Court decision, or you should ignore a Supreme Court decision, you should in that moment be able to, at that point, you are kind of advocating for a soft kind of revolution, which, could very, very easily lead into a much, much bigger revolution. And revolutions though, many have led to like good outcomes. We've seen many revolutions that toppled tyrannical dictatorships and have had really good outcomes. Most revolutions don't. Just to be clear, most revolutions are marked by barbaric violence and sometimes even worse, dictatorial abuses of like state power. And so it's just I mean that really needs to be one of the things that you have explored every fucking possible option you have. You have exhausted every fucking option you have before you choose something like that. It's a dramatic escalation. My understanding is that the Trump administration has been slow to comply with a couple of Supreme Court decisions, but they have not just literally ignored Supreme Court decisions. That is not true. So we can't be throwing that around. Well, Donald Trump did it. No, he didn't. He actually didn't ignore Supreme. Even he's not stupid enough to do something like that. Do you know why he's not doing that? Because he knows that would like tank his popularity. Donald Trump is savvy enough to know that if he just fucking straight up ignored and just disregarded the Supreme Court, it would torch him politically. And if you don't think the same thing would happen to the fucking Democrats if they did the same thing, you're crazy. Like the people, the voters, you will just burn all credibility you have.
Legislation, this isn't the same as even like an initiative, a ballot initiative for a law. This is the people assembled specifically as constitutional actors, participating in a referendum, which is again free and fair, where they are exercising fundamental authority to make the law, to make the fundamental law. And in that context, I just don't think technical errors matter that much. I just don't. I don't think process errors matter that much. I don't think the actual stated process matters all that much.
You don't have to disagree with anything he's saying. I mean, I tend to agree. It's in principle, it sounds like what he's saying is sound, but it's just, that you can't use that as a basis to be like, therefore you should just fucking do the thing and ignore them. Okay, well.
Especially if the people are coming to some visible consensus in a way that, again, is free and fair. I'll put it this way. Let's say that we wanted to amend the federal constitution, and the people of the country are like, the current process is too difficult. The bar is entirely too high, but we think the Constitution needs amendment. So what we're going to do is we're going to have Congress convene a constitutional
Trump ignored the Supreme Court in regards to the Abrego Garcia case. Again, my understanding is that he was slow to comply, but he didn't ignore the order. Abrego Garcia is back in America. He's like not in custody.
Convention. All the states will send delegates. And at this convention, the delegates will decide on amendments. If they can decide on amendments, they'll send those amendments to specifically created ratification conventions in every state, not the legislature, specifically created ratification conventions, elected on a specific basis to achieve as much fairness as possible. And if those ratification conventions, if, let's say, a majority of them, simple majority, agree to the amendments, they are deemed passed and added to the Constitution. Now, if you look at that and say, hey, if someone sues and it goes to the Supreme Court is fair to overturn that because it didn't go through the normal Article 5 process, then congratulations. You would have been an opponent of the federal Constitution because that is the exact process which the federal Constitution was ratified. Now, there's a lot of good company there. A lot of the opponents of the Constitution are respectable men. But it is the case that the Constitution was created in a process that disregarded the existing rules, that disregarded the existing process, and tried to create a new process that more or less better, in their view, represented the larger people. And it passed that process and was made fundamental law. But that just gets to this idea that yes, the people have the authority to make fundamental law, almost regardless of what the written down process of making fundamental law is. And that's my view. I will wrap this up by quoting one of the most interesting of the founding fathers, James Wilson of Pennsylvania, prominent jurist and political thinker, ends up being on the Supreme Court, ends up dying in shady circumstances. I think he ends up a debtor and like dies in a cabin somewhere in the woods. But interesting guy, interesting thinker. One of the most, for being kind of an elitist, one of the most pro-popular sovereignty, pro-democracy people at the Federal Constitutional Convention. And at the Ratification Convention in Pennsylvania, he made this exact point about popular sovereignty, and I'm going to read it to you here. The truth is that in our government, the supreme, absolute, and uncontrollable power remains in the people. As our constitutions are superior to our legislatures, so the people are superior to our constitutions. Indeed, the superiority in this last instance...
I'm about to roll my eyes out of my fucking skeleton right now. The more I watch, the more I end up agreeing with Destiny that Hutch doesn't think it's as bad as it is. I love the hopium, though. It's kind of nice. It's not... I think people need to stop conflating like a lack of support for a particular idea for like specifically given reasons. Stop conflating that with like, well, Hutch doesn't think it's that bad. I mean, I could just as soon turn around. Like it's like hard to prosecute this case because, you know, I will admit that like things are just so fucked right now. It is so bad in the US right now. We're seeing just astonishing abuses of power at the federal level out of this administration, out of the Republican Party. Like it is very, 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 very bad. I don't know what rational person would deny that, but some of the claims that you guys make go beyond like where we're at, and then you use that evaluation to try to justify actions that would just like torch the Democratic Party. And then you call that being optics cocked. Do you think the Virginia Supreme Court's ruling is worth respecting or made in good faith? Listen, I don't know enough about the legal arguments to comment, but I do know that if you ignore a state Supreme Court and just move forward with an aggressive gerrymander, you are crossing like a really significant Rubicon by doing something like that. And that's why that doesn't happen. That's why people don't do that. That's why this is something that people on Twitter suggest. Just ignore the court. But it doesn't happen because like serious people understand that to be like a hydrogen bomb of an option. But for example, like this is a tough thing to do, especially in online discourse, to acknowledge how bad things are, but push back against some of the more extreme claims that are being used to justify extreme actions. And so one thing I've heard a lot from people, from both liberals and progressives and leftists, like you hear a lot that, well, Trump just does whatever he wants. All you got to do is just get creative and you can do whatever you want. You can literally do, but this is like the premise itself is false. It is not true that Donald Trump can do whatever he wants. It's just not true. It is false. It is incorrect. But when you use that premise to say, well, the Democrats should just do whatever they want because Donald Trump does, it's a false premise. And so like what you're proposing without even understanding it is a significant escalation of even where Trump has gone with his abuses of power. The things that I'm hearing proposed by some people are like 10x like what anything Trump has done. If it was true that Trump could just do whatever he wanted, then James Comey would be in jail. And, California wouldn't have been able to redistrict. And he could have just implemented the SAVE Act without any like congressional approval in the form of a bill. He is still, even now, with all of his abuses of power, he is still very meaningfully constrained. You can't just literally do whatever the fuck you want. That is not true. But that nuance is like hard, especially in online discourse when everything is so charged up. Understandably so. I mean, I get it. But the rhetoric is so heated, it's so charged that like trying to make that case, it's like people will come back and be like, well, you just don't understand how bad things are right now. It's like, motherfucker, I am in favor. Chilled Chaos, what's up, buddy? Catching up in your latest VOD, super sad that you don't have wiki feed. I had one made about me. You have a wiki feed entry? What's your score? I'm gonna guess your score is 4.3. What the fuck just happened? Wait, what's your... Oh, is it your name? Is it like your name? It's fine. The Chilled Chaos. It's been a while since I've looked. A lot of what Trump has been able to do is just, well, technically it's not illegal, so, and it's infuriating to some. Hey, listen, I get it. Is it The Chilled Chaos? The Chilled Chaos? I don't see your wiki feed entry, bro. I don't see it. But I think appreciating like being precise in talking about like what is happening, like what are the abuses of power, like what are the ways that he's shitting on the Constitution and maybe even like violating the law, and getting those specifics right like really matters, because it does help to inform you about like what you should do, like how far you should go. And if you're hyping up Donald Trump in your mind where it's like he's so corrupt and he's so tyrannical that he's like literally doing whatever he wants, well then you could use that to justify doing anything. And like and some people just don't have like, they don't have the concept in their mind of like the way that you react could make them stronger, like very, 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 very easily could make Republicans stronger. And that concept seems to completely elude a lot of people that are making a lot of arguments as far as like where we should go and what we should do. And they're taking things so far, and there's no thought to like, wait a second, would voters, how would the voters feel about that? I think that's a dangerous game. That's I like the rhetoric that I'm hearing from the Democrats right now. Like, I mean, I would support if the Virginia legislature, there was that proposal that they dropped the retirement age temporarily to 55 to basically purge the court. You know, I was in favor of that. Like, I am in favor of hardball policies. At this point, I'm like 75-25 in favor of packing the court. So like, I am all about aggressive. I mean, I would be in favor if there was a similar mechanism for them to like tie up this decision and process somehow. Like if there was a way for them to delay the implementation of this decision until after the midterms, I would be in favor of them doing that, of that kind of fuckery. But I do have limits as far as like what I consider to be practically doable or helpful. There are limits to that. Like, you can't just like literally do whatever the fuck you want. It's just silly. It's just fucking silly. So whenever I see these takes, like, he's not the only one saying this. I saw a bunch of like really big accounts that are like, I think you should just ignore the decision. I'm like, I just kind of roll my eyes because it's not fucking serious. It's not, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. I promise you, Spanberger is never going to abide that. It's not going to happen. Stop suggesting it. It's not going to happen. Ohio, that is the thing that I'm referring to. So my understanding is like Ohio, like slow walked it and then bogged things down in process to like get past the midterms. So they didn't like technically violate it, but they kind of like in effect violated the decision. And I'm saying, like, if there was a way to do that in Virginia right now, like literally just like procedural fuckery to run the clock out until after the midterms, and yeah, of course, do that. Yes. No question about it. But as soon as we, like, you know, what do you think is going to happen? Like, realistically, what do you think is going to happen if the Virginia Democrats just ignore the state Supreme Court? Would you play the tape out? Like, what do you think that actually looks like? Do you think everyone's going to stand up and clap and be like, yes? You know, 70% of the electorate's going to stand up and be like, thank you. Yes. It's fucking delusional. It is delusional. You're going to piss people off. People are going to see that and just be freaked the fuck out. Kind of justifiably so. All right, more drama slop. Ashley St. Clair went on David Pakman's show. She's been
very interested today in speaking.
We want to get her on Live and Learn. I don't know. Maybe that's a tough one. But she's spilling some crazy tea on the Twitter feed these days.
I'm very interested today in speaking with Ashley St. Clair, social media content creator, former MAGA firebrand, now speaking.
What a crazy story. This young conservative / MAGA social media influencer somehow ends up in Elon's DMs. He puts a baby in her, and then she defects and is now like spilling tea on a bunch of right-wing influencers, including like Benny Johnson, DC Drano, like crazy, like infidelity tea, you know, like a lot. It's a lot.
Speaking out against the movement. Ashley, really appreciate your time. Thanks for being on.
Of course. Thank you, David. I told you off air, but my mom loves your show. So you're a
We
hit
love
with
your
the-
mom.
you're
Hi
a
to
hit with
Ashley's
the
mom.
MILFs.
Tell me this. How do you get pulled into the MAGA activism to start with? Like, does someone recruit you? Does it surface naturally from social media posts?
For me, it started as a combination of both on my college campus and on social media. So being Gen Z, I was chronically online. So I'm inundated with the Twitter sphere and that sort of content. And then I was also 18 years.
Is Benny gay? Benny Johnson? What I will say is, like, I heard about that. I'm not connected to like that level of social media politics, but I heard about that. I heard about Benny Johnson's alleged dalliances with men. I heard that like a year and a half ago. And I think it's been like an open secret, is my understanding. Is like it's a, because if I found out about it, I assume just like fucking hundreds of people, you know, like how the fuck I'm not connected to any of that stuff. And so if I found out about, there's no way. I mean, like I'm pretty sure this was like an open secret with Benny Johnson, but again, allegedly is what I heard.
Years old in college and pulled into the Young Americans for Liberty and the Turning Point campus chapters, and combining that with then right-leaning conservative posts.
No, I found out through someone, you know, like someone that's in the vast like political space. I found out from someone, but you know, that it wasn't a very well kept secret.
It was very quickly that I got invited to my first Turning Point event. I'm getting my own special graphics. They're promoting my tweets. I'm meeting Don Jr. and Charlie Kirk, and they're texting me, telling me I'm doing a great job. And at that time, something I discuss quite often about it is I was very vulnerable. I was a very insecure and broken 18-year-old who came to college trying to find herself, and
many such cases.
And what's supposed to be an exploratory journey, I was very quickly wrapped up in what I believe is a cult in which my identity was formed for me. So that social validation. Also,
guys, think there's so many run-on effects, like so many run-on consequences that, like, I don't think some of you guys that are pushing the whole like, oh, we should just ignore the court thing. Like, do you understand that could fuck up redistricting efforts in other states? You guys realize that? Like, Jeffries is out here making phone calls to the Democratic Party, like the state parties in all these different states, trying to get them to be aggressive in this arms race and do similar like 10-0 gerrymanders, you know. And you know, if you do something like if a Democratic Party in the state of Virginia just ignores the state Supreme Court like that, you are torching so much fucking capital that you need in other states. It's just like, it's such a stupid idea. Please stop suggesting stupid things. Please.
And the social media validation was very appealing to me at that age.
So you were getting all of this positive feedback about what you were doing, which then reinforced your beliefs that what you're doing must be good, which then fueled your commitment to keep doing it, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, especially at that age when you're young, the acceptance of the crowd is really important. So it didn't matter if I was getting detractors because I'm like, look, I have 1,000 people in my comments who are telling me I'm right.
Yep. This is relatable. I was pretty fucking juvenile, unprofessional, immature, out of pocket in my early days on the internet, but I was getting so much validation from the internet crowd that I was being incentivized to do bad behavior. And this is something that I've talked about a lot. Like, one of the problems right now with social media, probably the biggest problem, is that really objectively, significantly bad behavior is incentivized. Like, you get the situation like the Chud guy who shot himself in the arm. That fucking racist Chud guy shot a guy. Did he kill the guy? Did that guy die? That guy was out there, you know, hurling like hard R racial slurs. The guy did not die? Okay. Provoking people to come up and start fights with him. And he would shoot him with like bear mace. And then he fucking shot a guy yesterday. Did he end up in jail? And he was like fucking, no, not Chud Logic, the other guy. He's some guy with like a big old mustache and a cowboy hat that just like walks around like hurling racial slurs. And shot a guy and accidentally grazed his own arm with the shot. And just, he's being a fucking idiot and like tweeting about it in ways that could like fuck him in a criminal case. But he's being incentivized to do it because he's got his like massive audience of like racists that are calling him base and saying that was awesome, you know. And so yeah, like, especially when you're young, you know. I understand this.
Right, and good job.
Right.
So it, you know, that kind of foregoes critical thinking about your own opinions. You're like, look at all the people I have on my side. And when you're that young and you're getting 10,000 followers, we kind of get immune to the number on the screen now in our current age. But when you're that young and you see you have 10,000 people, you're like, oh my God, I have a stadium of people who love me. And then it's 20, 40, 100. And so that just compounds the issue upon itself.
We're going to get to kind of the logistics of how it operated, but I do think it's very interesting that you're describing it as cult-like, but one of the things I've spoken about is that the political right knows what it's doing in terms of getting people young and also organizing these events that make people feel like they're part of something. Like, we can debate whether
kind of culty. Reminds me a bit of a cult, a little bit.
This is even a good thing in general, but there seems to be a huge asymmetry where like the left doesn't really have this stuff. And I think that what you're sort of the example of.
Do we want this stuff? Like, do we want to operate in this way? I don't want to like prey on young people's insecurity to indoctrinate them to be like mindless drones. Like, I don't think that's sustainable.
Why in 2024, young men 18 to 29 went for Trump at a greater level than in any recent election. I mean, they do know what they're doing to a great degree.
Yes, and especially for the young men in 2024, like this is on the heels of like the Andrew Tate-isms of it
Yep.
all. And these young men are really looking for a community or validation or a sense of identity. They're like, who am I? What does it mean to be a man? You know, Matt Walsh is like, what is a woman? But they can't define what a man is. They're all very confused about what it means to be a man. And so they find this validation in these social circles of MAGA, in which I did as well. And I describe it as cult-like because of the entire infrastructure of it. It's if you're to leave, you're not just changing your vote or your.
Wait, is she speaking out against right wingers? Yeah, she is. Sorry, I thought I made that clear. She's a full defector now. She defected. Now, if you go to her TikTok and her Instagram, there's a bunch of videos of her like putting on makeup and telling a story, which I guess is like meta for young women on the internet, and like spilling like really detailed behind the scenes tea of how the right wing social media ecosystem, how they function, how they work.
Political opinion, you're blowing up your entire life. My social circles, my friends, my income, all of the above. So, and there's also a very coordinated effort to sequester these people off from information that runs counter to it.
Some of the texts that she leaked with Elon are fucking disgusting. Like, I want to put another baby. Like, he's just like, he's such a creep, man.
So right away, you know, we saw in 2015, 2016, fake news, don't trust the media. Charlie Kirk starts the professor watch list, that you should be critical of your professors. Don't trust them either. Don't trust
Hutch going after young women on the internet. Finally, Jesus Christ.
these institutions, trust Truth Social and Twitter more than the New York Times. And, you know, of course, the
Ask Chilled. Is Chilled still in here? Ask Chilled, man. If you're going to get into the content game, if you're going to start doing internet content, settle down, for Christ's sakes. Find a partner, settle down. No more fuckboy stuff. If you blow up on the internet at 20 years old, well, sorry, you missed out on the adventurous 20s. Just find someone and settle the fuck down.
These institutions and media outlets are subject to the same human flaw or fault of bias that anyone else is, but they are much more reputable than Truth Social posts.
Can you talk a little bit about the speculation? If you look online, you often.
How much money did she get from Elon? Did she ever spill that? I believe she's definitely getting significant child support. I think she had to take Elon to court. Am I wrong about that? Over custody stuff, or maybe child support stuff? I think it's like tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. I'm pretty sure.
Often see hurled about all sorts of different influencers, and they could be anywhere on the political spectrum.
The Azalea Banks leaks on Elon being a crackhead basically explained every... Wait, what? What are you talking about? Like he actually smokes crack? Wait, what are we talking about? She said he was on Tina. I don't know what the fuck that means. Azalea Banks accused Elon Musk of being on drugs, specifically suggested he was on acid. During the weekend she stayed... Oh, that was Azalea Banks? I remember that. I don't think there's anything about him being a crackhead, but I remember that story. That was Azalea. I don't know anything about Azalea Banks, but I remember her like telling this crazy story about how she went over to like Elon's house and Grimes was there, but he was, like tripping his fucking face off on acid, and it got weird.
They are saying what they're saying because it's lucrative. They're getting paid for saying certain things. Is it really that simple? Like, is there money available just for saying stuff? Or is it really, hey, you're going to be a content creator for a particular company, so like you're getting paid for your work, or talk a little bit about those dynamics. Like, is it lucrative?
There's several things going on. So it is lucrative for some people, and there's different avenues in which they monetize this. Like people like Benny Johnson are making 6 figures a month on Facebook monetization alone. Obviously, there's the sponsorship deals in this. There's also the paid campaigns for influencers in which they get paid for tweets, for messaging that they never have to disclose because of our current FEC rules and regulations. If it's not a good or a product, they don't have to disclose it. So they don't have to disclose any of this. But it's also, it's
Wait,
not.
let me pause one thing because I want to make sure I understood that part. My understanding was if it's not a good or a product, they don't need to do an FTC disclosure.
Yes, FTC.
And if it's
my
not,
apologies.
FEC would govern if it's for a candidate.
Yes.
But again, if there's no active candidate or good or service, I think then there's no disclosure required.
Yes, that's a correct clarification.
Okay.
I always mix up the letters, all the letters. It never makes you feel more dyslexic. So, they don't have to disclose this. And there's also, it's lucrative for some, right? But for most, you're just getting the bare minimum. You're really not making bank off of this. But simultaneously, they have very bad Google search results now. Being a MAGA influencer, they're going to have a hard time getting a job when they're posting racist stuff online all day or posting. So then it compounds on itself where, okay, maybe it's not that lucrative, but what other option do I have? Because now I've kind of put myself in this bubble. So when I talk about it being the infrastructure of the cult, they're very financially dependent, even if it's not lucrative. Again, for many it is. They're getting paid thousands of dollars for tweets and posts and this and that. But for the...
What a fucking racket, man. That must be nice. Just get paid fucking thousands of dollars to tweet something without even disclosing it too. That's hella illegal.
Majority of these people, it's not that lucrative, but they don't have any other options. And they are financially dependent because of the structure of MAGA on MAGA.
Does nobody get popped for this? Like, does nobody get popped for like paid tweets without disclosures? It feels like it happens all the time, and I never hear anybody getting popped for it.
So again, leaving is not just changing an opinion, it's blowing up your entire life.
One of the big aspects that's kind of intertwined with all this is the way that this content is pushed out on the social media platforms, which kind of takes us to X. And in the midst of all of this influencing, you had this brief relationship with Elon Musk. Is this all related in the sense of he was pulled into...
It seems unenforced, kind of. It still seems like it's the wild, wild west. Because, I mean, that happened a lot more like a decade ago when it came to like paid gaming stuff, more than a decade ago. But they started to... The companies themselves, like the gaming companies themselves will, you know, like basically every contract that I've signed for anything sponsored in the last like 12 or 13 years includes language mandating that you disclose and this way, or you can use this word or that way. You have to put it in the title. You have to say it, you know, 30 seconds into the stream. Like now they're very like above board when it comes to that stuff. It used to be the Wild West, but apparently in politics, people are getting paid thousands of dollars to just tweet shit without disclosing it. That's wild. Hella illegal. That is very illegal.
To Trump's universe for a while. You were doing the MAGA thing. I mean, how do these things even come together?
So the Twitter algorithm, the X algorithm, is incredibly concerning because it undoubtedly is pushed towards really extremist right-wing content right now. But I think this fixation on...
You don't say. You don't say. It's like 80-20 on my feed. My feed is like 10%, you know, reasonable, like intelligent people with grounded takes, and it's like 30%. The algorithm figured out that like the online lefties infuriate me. It was like 30%. It's like those, you know, like Kyle Kalinske and stuff like that. And then it's like, yeah, like 60% hard right, anti-vax, still talking about Fauci, you know, Daddy Trump, Rogan stuff, you know, like just and that is definitely different than it was just a few years ago.
On Elon because of his own really right-wing slop ideas. ignores the other issues who are actors in this, like Mark Zuckerberg, who are bankrolling this. These individuals, these right-wing figures are making so much money on Facebook. They're making so much money on YouTube. And so they're being bankrolled by most of these big tech platforms. And then X is more concerning, Twitter is more concerning in terms of like the behavioral inference for our elections and what's happening there and the propaganda aspect of it. In terms of the financial aspect, the other big tech companies are certainly accountable there too.
So when you were at the peak,
I don't even really fully understand what she's alleging. So she's saying like Mark Zuckerberg is funding right-wing shit posters? Is that what she's saying?
I guess we would call it, of your MAGA influencing, that's when you came into contact directly with Elon Musk while you were also putting content out on X.
Yes, I was.
A pretty big claim. A fairly incendiary claim. They reward them with boosted engagement and payouts. Okay, interesting.
That I was working for Seth Dillon at the Babylon Bee at the time.
And the eventual falling out with Musk, did that hurt your reach as a MAGA influencer? And if I'm getting the timing of this slightly wrong, then you tell me, but did that coincide also with you starting to have a diminished reach?
Oh, absolutely. It and I knew it would. When I made choices that I did in terms of coming out publicly regarding certain matters, that
she's like the Liz Cheney of right-wing grifters.
I can only discuss in a very limited context, but I knew that was going to happen. I was very aware that there would be repercussions for me speaking out and being.
Or you know who she reminds me of is Michael Cohen, Trump's lawyer. That seems more adjacent.
Public about certain matters. And my reach was diminished significantly. But then that happened again because now I'm suing XAI because Grok had undressed me, including photos of me as a child. And once I did that, I then lost my blue check. I was demonetized. So this is just like a long-standing issue that's been happening. But yeah, certainly it was, that reach was diminished. But it wasn't just me. I watched this occur behind the scenes to many detractors of the owner of that platform, in which once there was a scuffle or something that he disagreed with, he would direct the engineers to de-checkmark them or deboost.
Okay, well, somebody pulled up something from these logs. I didn't see this. From the Snarker logs. At Shamu YouTube and at Nicandros YouTube caught using doxing tools to unmask anonymous X users in the Snark Discord. Who the fuck are these people? Leaked logs show discussion of using doxing tools, tracking username history, and trying to pressure anonymous accounts into revealing personal information before the conversation moved to private channels. Anyone know how to gay op them into revealing more info? Context. Redacted is a Twitter account that Shamu came across and wants to know the identity of. They suspect it of being Tectone's alt. Other unrelated names are redacted as well. DoxTool1 and DoxTool2 are websites. To find the personal identifiable information on any username, you can receive such things as past usernames, real names, addresses, emails, breached passwords, photos, and other information. Shamu. This was just like a month ago. What date are we? That redacted guy is 100% someone's alt or something. Nicandros. Techie? Shamu. I don't know, but that unrelated redacted person is in redacted state and is personal friends with Tectone. They also hate unrelated redacted. That's crazy, LMAO. Nicandros, anyone know how to gay op them into revealing more info? Shamu, it could just be a personal friend to Tectone as well, but definitely something going on there. I'm not sure his viewers even know he is friends with unrelated redacted or not. Nicandros, Tectone is way too obsessed. That's fucking rich coming from these guys. not to do something like this. Language analysis stat. Mr. would indicate they are male. Substance. What was the name of the account that leaked the sealed court docs in his Discord? Shamu, the entire account is just responding to Tectone shit if you look at the replies. Chondros, no redacted on Steam. It could be unique enough to do docs tool. This person might be regarded enough to have another account somewhere. They post an image. Yeah, they're just doing like full-on doxing shit in this fucking Discord. I didn't know about that. Are there other doxing stuff in the... How often were they doing this? It's like a mini 4chan. Calling a woman a huge slut is 100% Foid lingo. The person behind this account is a woman. Wait, is it, when you say Foid, is that not like incel language? Isn't that like Groiper incel language? Have you ever seen Tectone and Hutch in the same room? It is. All of these memes they post, fake plastic whore. That's Foid tongue, a Foidian slip. Yeah, true that. 100% Foid. Who the fuck even knows what the names of these girls are? Spectators already zoned the fuck in. Notice them calling Rev a sweet person. Yeah, they're like fully using doxing tools, like sophisticated doxing tools in this Discord. I didn't see that. I missed that one. This is like a new level of harassment here. The company you keep, eh? I mean, like, why would anybody stay in this Discord if people were hurling like aggressive racial slurs, using doxing tools to fuck with like rando Twitter accounts, and invoking my fucking deceased sister in political spats? If you saw all that going on and you stayed in that Discord, that is... For a group of people that likes to like do guilt by association so aggressively, like these people are aggressive. If you've had one conversation with a person in the last like year, you own everything they do. So like if you're employing that kind of logic to try to attack people, but you stayed in this Discord, which is like basically indistinguishable from a degenerate 4chan thread, what does that say about you and the company that you keep? You fucking weirdos.
Them, what have you.
We're going to move on from this, but I'm getting the sense from how you're hesitant to even say the name Elon Musk. Is there an agreement in place that limits your ability to talk with me fully about that aspect of this?
I'm just not at liberty to discuss certain things because, as you know, there's a child involved, so I cannot discuss certain matters.
I got it.
As much as I would like to.
Fair. When it comes to pick one issue, for a while, you were like a big anti-trans activist. And as I understand this, you've now reversed your views on that and even expressed some regrets about that. How did you come to focus in on that issue? I don't want to call it pressure necessarily, but like, were you encouraged that like, hey, here's an emotionally safe...
It's probably one of those things where you don't even have to talk about it. It's just like so understood.
Issue you could be posting and talking about.
I think that's part of it. You see the engagement that it's getting, but also the way in which it is presented to you is very much presented like propaganda. You see these extreme cases about an issue that you are not educated on, particularly involving trans youth. And so you see these really extreme examples, and they will post the most heinous content online and make that representative of an entire community. So you really believe that this is the case.
The right, they have latched on to like Riley Gaines. That's her whole career now. Like she's a professional, I guess, influencer now, like social media influencer. And all of that came because of the Leah Thomas stuff. Like she literally created a career springboarded off that and turned it into a fucking career. And they do this with other people too. Like they make like miniature celebrities out of people, you know. Kyle Rittenhouse. That's another person who now just makes their living like, you know, basically grifting for the right. And then you have like this person. She has testified in front of Congress. She's a detransitioner. And like now her whole career is like speaking out against, like, she's like a born again Christian who speaks out against like trans issues.
As many of you may know now, I was scheduled to speak tomorrow at an event at University of Washington hosted by TPUSA's local chapter there. I'm putting this video out because, as you may have heard, Antifa has assembled a local militia, in their own words, to shut down this event. Their actions, their explicit threats on my life, have raised this event to national attention. A level of attention our security team and the local PD are frankly unprepared for. Before Charlie Kirk's assassination, I think I would have been less careful. But the times have changed, and speaking on a university campus in 2026 can come with deadly consequences.
Oh, she's good. She's good. She's good. Like, Antifa militias, threats on her life, invoking Charlie Kirk. She's good. She's fucking good. But yeah, they pluck these people out of obscurity and then love bomb the shit out of them on social media and then literally give them careers. Where now she just like she's like a circuit speaker now. She's spoken in front of Congress. I assume she's spoken in front of other like state legislatures. It's just wild how you can you can land a career like that and go from that kind of trajectory. Welfare for MAGA? Yeah, a little bit.
And then your perception, you're looking for this confirmation bias in everything that you see. And I was coming from a deep place of ignorance and thinking that this was the most important issue. It's framed as, you know, we're protecting women and children. And of course, this is the only time that the right wing and MAGA will ever say that they care about women and children. And so you really get caught up in that. But I have great remorse for my...
Where's that George Carlin stand-up bit where he said, you're not pro-life, you're pro-birth. As soon as you're born, fuck you. Oh, you like those healthcare subsidies? Fuck you.
Role in that and the harm that I've caused. And I'm hoping that at least humbling myself to take accountability and try to right those wrongs and make amends in my local community will help others who potentially feel the same way that I did at certain times while I was in MAGA.
Do you have insight when it comes to whether it's the trans issue or any issue, how much of the apparent audience and engagement of some of these creators is what we might call organic and how much of it is artificial in the sense that there are players paying to boost this content, if the question makes sense?
It's both. Yes, I think it's both. There's also discussions. I still have the text messages with various MAGA creators in which we're discussing trans content. And the conversation is like, oh, that will fly. Oh, that will do well. That will do numbers. And so it's very much dehumanized and viewed in the context of content and numbers. And there are not only individuals, but organizations that will fund content or messaging campaigns regarding the trans issue, and they've made it an issue. I say trans issue, but it's not an issue. The trans panic, I will say.
Yep.
And this is very prolific throughout MAGA.
Last thing I
imagine, just like talk about the easiest job in the world. You're a right-wing grifter and somebody pays you like $1,000 to post some anti-trans tweet. Jesus, they are well-funded. My goodness.
I want to ask you about, we saw after the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting that immediately everybody's tweeting about this proves we need the ballroom.
This is why we got to build the ballroom.
And to some people, that was evidence that the shooting was staged. I don't happen to believe that. I believe that this was an opportunism that took place and that there is coordination as to the messaging. You were part of witnessing that coordination, right? Can you tell us about that?
They have these group chats. In these group chats, let me be clear, there's group chats with just very big MAGA influencers. There's group chats with members of the administration.
Seems like there's a lot of that going on these days. Why can't I be a part of a secret group chat? The fuck? I never get invited to these things. I have literally never been a part of a secret group chat. I've never even fucking been invited to one. What is it about me that turns people off?
People like James Blair, members of the Trump family that are in these group chats, in which they coordinate their messaging and responses.
There could be like a strong anti-bald bias that's going on. I think, yeah, that's possible. It's possible. I experience anti-bald, slurs and discrimination pretty regularly. Yeah.
To these things. The Trump campaign would do calls with influencers, unpaid, in which they would just direct them on the messaging. Others are paid. And there's also the social validation aspect of, oh, I'm now added to this group chat with Eric Trump. Or
Right. Do not minimize that. That is a powerful psychological draw. That could be more appealing to people than the money. Like the acceptance, the sense of belonging, the feeling of possibly being able to springboard off of like their success and leverage it into your success. That pull of like tribalism is like really intense, especially with politics. With politics has just become so prolific, like so ubiquitous. It's just bled into every corner of people's lives. It's an old playbook, the obscenely wealthy fund propaganda against a vulnerable group to take the heat off their obscene hoarding of wealth. Literally a playbook thousands of years old. I mean, yeah. I feel like we disagree a lot, Teague, but yeah. This is a tried and true playbook.
member from the administration and they want me to tweet this. And so there's that social validation aspect as well, and you'll get a retweet from them. But in regards to the ballroom, I saw all of that discourse as well, and people saying that it's
Please start cold emailing Slotkin's camp to join Live and Learn. Make sure to say it's the opposite of Crystal Ball's show. What's the worst they could say no? Now, you listen, I like it. That's ambitious. You're shooting big. That's a weird way to say that. Shooting big. I don't know about that. Ooh, yeah. How would Pisco? Ooh, I think Pisco would grill Alyssa Slotkin.
stage, but there's really only two options. There's either they're so stupid that they all saw this objectively and came up with this in a vacuum, that they saw this.
It's kind of wild, like how hermetically sealed that ecosystem is, because to my knowledge, she's really the most I don't know of any other examples of Republican defectors who just talked openly about the fuckery, like the paid aspect of it. She's getting into a lot of detail. I've never seen a Republican defector from the right-wing media ecosystem that went into much detail as she did, or as she has been doing. And so that the pull of like the tribal like bond they feel and the money, it's surprising there's not more leaks of like this corrupt bullshit. But you know, to her credit, I mean, she has really gone scorched fucking earth. Ashley St. Clair has revealed so much behind the scenes stuff. And I kind of respect the energy. I kind of respect the energy. I mean, she is just like full sending. CM Double, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Thank you. We can just refer to Hutch as El Pelon. Yes, we could do that. They used to call me Huesos because I used to be very skinny. And Huesos means bones. They call me Güero, which is like gringo, like a white person. Esqueleto. And now, yeah, they could call me Pelon, which is bald. Yeah.
Horrific situation, and said Trump needs a ballroom, or it's coordinated. So there's
or like Huesos Pelon, or like Esqueleto Pelon. Well, the Esqueleto doesn't apply anymore because I got fucking fat and I need to lose weight. Oh damn, you're just dropping the email address in there? I mean, shit. I mean, why not? Sure. I can shoot my shot. Let me save that one.
in either one. They're either stupid or coordinated or both.
I lean towards both. That's my that's my instinct. All right, Ashley.
We are up against a sophisticated media apparatus. I tell you what.
Claire, really appreciate your time, your insights. We'll link to Ashley's various pro.
But we're at I feel like we're at a disadvantage here because I just don't know if something like this could work. Like even if we wanted to, even if we were like Luthen and in Andor, I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy. Like even if we decided like, okay, let's do it. Let's just copy these tactics. There's so much infighting on the left. There's so much lib-left tension that something like this could never work. You know, like Chorus was basically harmless in terms of like, there's like some concern about like the disclosure provision in their contract. I honestly don't think it's a big deal. You know, Chorus I think was like a good thing. Like on the whole, I think Chorus was doing like good work and, you know, important that these kinds of creators are more competitive in the space. And that it only took like months before a bunch of people started going to Taylor Lorenz and like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't, something like this can't work in left-wing spaces. It just can't. We're just way too volatile, way too competitive, way too fucking angry and resentful at each other. It's just like literally this could not work in left-wing spaces. And then I also think, yeah, like probably there's, you know, I'm biased, but like I think probably there's going to be a higher percentage, you know, of people on the left that have better principles than this. That would never like allow themselves to be monetized so shamelessly. Like there just really does appear to be no depths to the right-wing grift. Like what an unbelievable racket. I mean, I can kind of understand, like if you really valued money above everything else, I could kind of understand that being appealing, but I've had some people offer me some like very ethically dubious campaigns. And, you know, I could have used that money sometimes. And I was like, no, can't really see myself doing something like that. Dazudani with $5. It would work if lib and center left creators had their own ecosystem and we were more hostile to tanky / leftists. That's how you create insulation. Well, there's just too much. Like tankies are like a very, very fringe group of people. So I don't want to generalize too much, but like the online left, like the online leftists, there's so much vitriol and hatred and like they fucking hate liberals. They hate liberals. And that is just unresolved tension. That's not going away anytime soon. Like I don't see a truce happening anytime soon. It is so integral to their identity. Their identity is, I think, principally shaped by their opposition to liberals or who they perceive to be the establishment. That's a big part of their identity. And so we're beyond like tactics at that point. You know, maybe you can hash out disagreements with someone and then shift tactics and have like maybe strategy or whatever and find some common ground. But once something is core to your identity like that, you know, like the populist framework, it's like us against the establishment, progress, like we represent progress and the promise of a better tomorrow, and they represent like the corporations and the status quo and AIPAC and Israel. That is like now this is who I am. And that's a difficult thing to unpack. That's a difficult thing to unravel. You know, like once they get their hooks in you. And it feels good. Like, you know that quote from Leonardo DiCaprio in Gangs of New York? Where he said it's like, it's a funny thing to what did he say about like being in let me find the quote. Something about like being under the wings of a dragon. It's warmer than you think. Gangs of New York dragon quote. It's a funny feeling being taken under the wings of a dragon. It's warmer than you think. Like when you're in good with that crowd, and I had good relationships with like the Surfs, Mike from PA, Hassan, they're retweeting my stuff sometimes, and we're like, we agree on like Bernie Sanders, and you feel like you're a part of like a righteous cause, and then you start questioning it. Like I started questioning it during the Biden years because some of their posts were just so fucking insane to me. It's true. I do owe Mike from PA $2.5 million. That's true. There was like an exchange that I had with Destiny like 10 years ago, like 6 years ago. I think it was in 2020, where I was like, I was trying to be like the peacemaker, because by that point Destiny had already started fighting with like the Surfs and Mike and Hassan. And I talked to Hassan and I talked to Destiny both, and I was like, I want to build a peace summit with you guys, okay? We should get along. Everybody should get along. But I just didn't know the truth back then. I didn't know how far, I didn't understand what the dynamic was back then. I just didn't understand. I didn't understand how like deep the rot was. And then once you see it, you can't unsee it. Like once you see it, you fucking can't unsee it. It's just, all of a sudden it's like, you see their the image that they have of themselves is like these brave truth tellers, these brave freedom fighters that are, challenging power on behalf of like the working man, and they genuinely see themselves as like, that is who they are. And then they view people like me, and I mean, me to a lesser extent, obviously, but people like ContraPoints, they see us as collaborators, basically. We're like basically like fascist collaborators. And it's all projection. Like their whole thing is like, they would rather lose to Donald Trump than let Bernie Sanders take the wheel. And it's just fucking pure projection, because for them, they would rather lose to Trump than let Kamala. I mean, like we saw that happen. It is just like pure projection. They're all the hero in their own movie starring them, one tweet at a time. There's something, kind of, I guess, like narcissistic about the whole thing. It's just, it's just fucking bizarre. The internet just rots your brain. All right, guys, we're going to end it there. I'm going to go take a walk for a bit. I am enjoying these earlier streams. We'll see if more stuff, I'm not going to leak shit from these logs, but we'll see if more stuff leaks from these logs. And if they do, then we'll cover some of that tomorrow. But I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Is Lonerbox still live? We can hit him with a redirect. Go watch the Leica movie teaser. I didn't even know what that. Leica? What is that? Lonerbox is live. All right. We'll give him the redirect. Bye, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow bright and early.